dry, it was bone dry.
old-fashioned around here. When will you put me? I surrender. You act like you don't remember me. You're cold as December and explosive when you look at me. I'm sick with excitement. You can seem so violent. Fire in your eyes. I feel like you ain't right here. Nothing that you like here. I know you were keen to cut the ties. There's fire in your eyes. 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 I'm looking for cinema. Every time I dream of you, I see it's a kind of thing that I say. I'm sorry. I'm looking for cinema. And if you don't agree, then I'm giving myself. I wanna laugh so hard it hurts. To feel it touch so hard it burns. Isn't something you could learn. It's natural. And I might not feel that for you, but someday you'll find someone who sees you in a crowded room. Sensational. Every time I dream of you, I see it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Every time I dream of you, I see it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry.
I just turned 18, saw your whole life in front of me, and to know one day I'd miss cleaning up the cold tea. Now I'm sitting there singing broken heart, helplessly I'm praying, blaming God. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. You was my of heaven, we'll be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now, told me don't worry, told me don't. She said we soon made three, doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was Told me don't worry. Told me don't
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. We are on our last Open for the European region here in number 6. And based off yesterday, it should be a fun time. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're ready for some great Rocket League, because we are too. I'm Leaf, and for a bit of a pre-show here, joining me is Stumpy, CJ, and Mr. Cool Cole down at the end. Cole, how cool are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty cool, yeah. I'm feeling pretty excited. Always love to watch these EU players battle it out. It was an exciting day yesterday, Leaf, and it will be the same today.
I think so. Are we in all
Stumpy?
agreements there? Where were you guys going?
Hello. I don't know. Stumpy just hopped off camera, so I thought I'd join him.
No, I was closing my blinds because it was very bright on my face, as I realised. And I looked back and I had like a massive quip in my hair that was like all the way up there.
You look beautiful, Stumpy.
Nightmare start. Thanks, man.
I was going to say, if only we'd had 3 hours together to iron out those issues. But now here we are. Let's do it live.
Okay. Well, good luck, CJ. You're in between those guys today. So
it's going to be a tough gig. It's going to be a tough gig.
Well, hey, you don't have to do it too much more here. We're on Open number 6. This is the last Open, guys. Stumpy, we're on our way to the Paris Major, and then you can see that there's no more Opens. Like, it's week 2s,
They're closing.
Last chance. That's it.
Oui, bonsoir. We are right at the end of that of the major run, and I'm looking forward to seeing the game mode change. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens here in Europe, finishing it all up at the Paris Major for the 3v3s, and then the 2s. My favorite game mode, the 2v2s. You gotta love it. I've recently converted Cool Cole to 2v2s. Hashtag Stumpy was right all along. And then 1v1s coming up, of which I've played, I think, maybe 10 games in my life. So overall, very happy with what we're seeing when the 3v3 gets wrapped up before Worlds.
Well, I know you guys are procrastinating out there. Get your tickets. Time's running out. If you're putting it the last minute, it's the last minute. Get them. Join us for the Paris Major. It's on its way. But we do have a couple games to get through, so maybe at least got a few hours. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. We had our show yesterday. If you missed it, it's a good time. We just hang out, watch the chaos that happens during these the GSL stage before the playoffs. This is our Group A. We had a Group B as well. Right off the bat, you can probably see some story. Let's just get into it. Let's just talk about the first one. GK, CJ, we've got to talk about this.
Yeah, yesterday was all about GK, one of the teams that were a chance still at Paris to kind of take that 5th spot, take the slot from Man City. And my goodness, did they do the complete opposite of that. They went 0-6 in their 2 matches. Another last place finish, which means for this team that made the Boston Major, made an upgrade, on paper at least, getting rid of Seiko and picking up tempo, they won just 1 series goal for the whole split.
Yeah, it's incredibly painful. Nice to see Joyo in the Dominus, though. That's sort of fun. That's a nice little bright spark. But
Is it?
No games yesterday in any car. It was because we were using the 4-box when we were on the Friday show, and every time we cut to these guys, they were like 2-0 down after 10 seconds. I don't know what was going on with their kickoff theory, Stumpy, but it's like, at least fix that throughout the day, right?
I think it's so frustrating when you see like a team not do well first or when they should do well. That's frustrating. But then the fact that then it has been 2 months and every single problem is the exact same at the start of the 2 months as it is at the end of the 2 months. And then blessing you, then got Jack tweeting out saying, yeah, we've got his problems. We think it's going to happen. We think we've got these issues. We're going to stick together for the LCQ. I'm there like slamming on the other side of the bookcase like I'm an Interstellar saying, no, Jack,
please.
don't do it,
I tell you who's not though is every other team team that will be against the LCQ. They'll be sending their messages like, guys, I saw the potential. You almost saved one of our kickoffs yesterday. Great shout.
You guys look great. That one series you won was unbelievable.
Gritty Goose.
Gritty Goose. Didn't know what hit
They were
him.
walking embarrassed for the next couple of days after that one.
All right, well, we can beat them up a little more, too, when we get to talking about some LCQ top contenders, because that's what they'll have to look towards here. Back into Group A here, there was another major storyline. Another team still pushing for that last spot to Paris from the European region, of course. That was Man City, the other side, something of this trade.
Yeah, and Man City, they have had, as we have absolutely badgered on about, they've knocked this trade out of the park. The trade wars have been absolutely smashed by them. Man City, the Seiko change-up, the fire that has been lit underneath him has been remarkable. The way that that team has elevated even further by grabbing Seiko is fantastic. And although Cold, they are out so far, yes, they managed to get two top fours, and then they absolutely threw it by getting a single point this time round. There are still a chance for them to make it through to the Paris Major.
Yeah, it's a fairly good chance they still make it to the Paris Major. There's other teams that we'll go into in a little bit more detail later that need to get late in this tournament for Man City to not leave. So all hope is not lost. But yeah, for all the positives that Stumpy said, yesterday was not their best day so far this split.
Yeah, this was a surprise packet with Novo. Nico coming back to the team. He was on the team originally at the start of the season. He did the straight swap with a Chronic for Magnifico. And both teams looked great. Novo actually second out of the group behind Vitality. And that really kind of foiled Man City's plans, but I mean, incredibly disappointing from Man City. You want to go out and qualify on your own terms, and the fact that they've now left it up to, I guess, the fate of the likes of a K-Dog Corp, which we will get into later, is disappointing. I'd say that's not the form you want going into Paris if they do make it.
For Man City as well, it's the way they lost. It was, a pair of Game 5s. They all went to Game 5. They won the first one, then couldn't win the second one in the lower bracket semi-final. And that'll be frustrating for them as well, because that will be reminiscent of what happened to them back in Copenhagen. They'll be thinking, do we have the nerve at these key moments? They have to keep on proving that they do.
Yeah, and again, even up to those final moments close, I think it was a crossbar and out that prevented them from keeping the series alive. So yeah, very close, but good performance. And again, their fingers are crossed now at this point. But we moved on to Group B, where, that first round just kind of played out the way. It was a speedy round, and the teams you think are going to kind of push through end up pushing through here. So let's kind of just talk through it. The biggest story, I guess, would be KC and Gentlemates. I mean, that was kind of the first matchup there, CJ, that I think we all had our eyes on, but it wasn't as close as maybe we thought.
Yeah, I think there were talks of maybe KC, this is going to be their event to really step up and showcase what they had. Gentlemates, though, I mean, they're just looking absolutely fantastic and I was about to say they haven't put a foot wrong. They put a big foot wrong in Open 4.
Big wrong.
But they found a way to bounce back. That upper bracket's huge, I think, in EU. Not a single team this season has won from that lower bracket. They've all had to kind of make it through the upper bracket quarters to win the event. So that was a huge win. KC had to drop down and did eventually get the job done. And NIP, Cole, how excited were you about this qualification? They made Paris.
So for anyone who didn't see this yesterday, the score bug came in and I went, oh yeah, never made Paris. And that was the announcement. That was the main broadcast announcement. So Leaf, apparently I'm not coming for your job, or Stax's as well, if Stax is listening right now.
It's lights, I heard.
It is all lights and fog machines. I don't need any of that. For me, just give me a microphone and let me cook. But yeah, later on, we had K-Dog Corp, and they are, they are the most likely team to take Man City's spot. They have to get into the top 4 in order to force a playoff, and if they get top 2, they guarantee their way there now. So huge results for them yesterday over in Group A, and they did their job in Group B, Leaf.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, as you said, they did their thing in Group B. We saw them go against Magnifico. Again, Magnifico lost their points, so we'll probably be talking about them for maybe LCQ possibilities later. But this was a run just to get as much practice as they could. But K-Dog Corp, held strong, and I like to see that a team that I think Stumpy kept saying is like a mean team, just because we see how much Redosin can have fun, but like they're taking it seriously now.
It was like they got that winning bug. They had nothing. They had no pressure. There was no worry for them. They're thinking, oh yeah, we'll come together. We're still very good players. We are able to compete at the highest level. fine, we'll see what we can do. We'll pick up Mitza. We'll see where we end up going. And then they pick up some points. You know, they then start off with 4 points. They go, oh, that was pretty fun. Then they pick up 6 points and think, you know what, boys, we can keep going. We can get through to a top 4 eventually. That is what they're going to have to do at minimum today, get through to a top 4 further than they have been so far. But I've been so impressed. It's been so fun watching a team like that pop off and really get into the spirit of, you know what, let's cause some upsets. Corp, they are currently, though, in that lower side of the bracket after they lost to Gentlemates yesterday against a very good-looking GHT. But Karmine Corp, they've got a little bit of revenge here, CJ, wanting to be one of those first teams to win through the lowers.
And that was important to get a win over Synergy, a team they have lost to before at this stage of the tournament. So an important win. It certainly ruined Gentlemates Open 4 when they did drop down to the lower bracket. Both teams early on in that event. But yeah, nice 3-1 win. It looked pretty business as usual in that final game. KC looking in form, but they've got to do it the tough way, Leaf. They've got to win 4 best-of-7s to win the event.
Well, that's the thing, too, is, you know, they're not at the top anymore. I mean, a few teams have started to move past them in the European region, so it's not just for themselves to get good placements here. It's to maybe show the rest of the world, hey, we can get back to the top. And this is what our playoff stage this weekend looks like. We're now into the best of 7s today. We'll be playing those 4 matches you see right at the beginning there, and then we'll finish off the rest tomorrow. But yeah, this is where things, well, should get good. I mean, this is where the test starts to happen for teams like Gritty Goose, GHT, you know, they're in the big leagues now. We'll see how it goes when it comes to best of 7s. But in terms of scenarios, I want to get these actually wrapped up, like actually on the board here for the fans, so everyone can understand what storylines are on the docket. Cole, I've heard you've been studying.
Yeah, to the extent that I ever understand this. Basically, Man City,
strap in.
Man City, stop, because I'm gonna panic. All right, Man City are watching on sweating. Basically, Man City, they had it all in their own hands.
Start
and
again.
Didn't live up. Okay, sorry. Man City. Okay, sorry. Man City, they had it all in their own hands. Mate. All right, sorry guys. Man City, they had it all in their own hands, and they didn't live up to those expectations. So now, if K-Dop Corp make it into the top 2, they make it through. Okay? Ooh. If they make it top 4, then there's going to be a playoff, right? Gritty Goose, they need to win the whole thing. And Novo Esports and GHT, they need to at least win the event and have other stuff happen, which is where it goes beyond my brain capacity. But so keep an eye for Novo Esports and GHT. Those scenarios will be told as we go along, I'm sure. But basically, Gritty Goose need to win it all. K-Dop Corp need to make the grand finals to guarantee they make it through.
Great. Pretty good. Great job. Pretty good. And against all odds, you had a couple hecklers in the audience.
Yeah, sure. I'm not used to that. We can't hear you guys when we're at events and we've got our headphones on, so you can be shouting anything. Whereas here, I can hear those guys.
Yeah. Hey, well, I'm curious then, because a tiebreaker was mentioned, and in the spirit of Gibbs, do we think it's going to happen? I want to get a yay and nay on the board, because we talked about what KDC has to do to at least get that tiebreaker. Chat, get involved in this. Let's get you warmed up before the predictions. Yay or nay, are we going to get that tiebreaker with a KDC placement? Reminder, they need a top 4 to initiate that. Analysts, what do we think? Do we think KDC has that gusto?
What's the run, Stumpy?
So the run is, they've got enough to beat Gritty Goose. As far as I'm concerned, that's their match one. Bish Bash Bosh, I think they can and should win that one. Yes. The issue is, they then need to go through the loser of Gentlemates versus Vitality. Number 1 and number 2, in my estimations, in Europe at the moment. That's the tough one. The unbelievably hard one to go through. However, they have beaten Vitality in open number 5. It is very possible, very plausible. I would like to, may I kick off the yays and the subsequent nays?
Yes.
Please.
Give me a yay. I think they can do it. I think it's one of those weird European days where we see him get top 4.
He's already assumed we've all said nay. Is that true? It is for CJ. Cole?
I'll be boring. Stumpy's already done the fun one. I'll be the boring one as well. Right. There's no way K-Dop Corp can beat Team Vitality twice in a row if that's what happens. And Gentlemates are just stomping.
That's pretty close.
Yeah.
People believe. The people believe. The people are more fun than me and CJ.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens by playing out the games later on. For now, I want to get some more highlights on the board. It's time to get to our progressive top plays. You know, Stumpy,
hello.
Why don't you start us off here?
I'd love to. Number 9 on the top plays starts off with a goal that we have seen come out from Tempo previously. This time, Nico gives it a go. It's a lovely dribble into that side flick right below the final defender. It's a beautiful catch and a great set from Rezi. Takes it past 1, Nice from the back and top of his car. Squeeze it past the final defender. Number 8, Rezi this time. He has his go. Nico sets him up with the demo. Gets popped up high. He can drop it down for just a classic double ET. No problemo. It's one that I think any Champ 3s in chat will be used to doing, but those passes are not that easy. Lovely play in total from the entire team. And numero 70, Jorias. He lurks on the backboard, only finds them, and he sends it back behind the silly Billy defender. It's another lovely team play. That seems to be the theme of number 9 through number 7, and Jorias waits and lurks.
Now we go down to number 6, and we see Man City. They didn't have their best day yesterday, as we mentioned, but Seiko, who has been imperious so far this split, got that lovely catch into a dunk as well. This is not easy to do. When you have control of this ball, you're not really even thinking about scoring. You're thinking, give my teammates a chance. But Seiko knew that he could force that one into the goal. Number 5 is Eugen, a player that last season we were saying he would be next up in EU. It's not quite worked out for him like that, but we can see why we were so hot on this guy. Look at this. Onto the backboard after a couple of touches, comes down, and instead of devoing it, pinches it, slams it home. And then finally, more good work from Man City on Forbidden Temple. It's Acro, and look at this skim as well. The angle, uses all the air roll, leaning back of his car to get the slightest little touch into that bottom corner.
That's lovely, but onto the podium for the final time this online season. Number 3 play. Have a look at the cross-map pitch. You know when Zen can't read it, that it's got a little bit of juice coming on the end of that one. That's beautiful. Second top play. It's joy. I can't wait to see these guys today. Unfortunately, they only won one series for the split, so we won't see them, but we see the synergy that we might maybe witness through the LCQ. Perhaps this is why they're sticking together as well, GK. Joy just finding tempo with a lovely little team pitch to the bar down goal, but our number 1 play of the day is Beauty coming out, and look at the Italian Stallions with the back pass into the infield, slam at top bins. Coach Cookser has been preaching about the back passes, and I think that this could be the new wave for the European Rlcs. The Italians have some team plays that they have to be seen to be believed, Leaf.
I'm always down for a good team play, and we saw a few there, so I'm satisfied. It's time to move on. We got a lot of stuff to get through before kickoff here, so we're going to cruise through a couple global updates here before we get to some other business. Just quickly looking at Sam, again, they're going to be playing later. They have already locked in their teams going towards, I believe, Worlds as well. We'll look at the graphic in a second here. But just a quick glance at their bracket and what's going on here. Any notable things before we move on to APAC?
I mean, Furium, as ever, as we were assuming, top of the in the upper side of things, probably going to be facing off against MIBR somewhat later in towards those grand finals. It seems pretty standard Sam at the moment, unfortunately.
Watch the grand final. Watch the grand final. That'll decide Paris and Worlds probably.
There it is. Well, then going over to APAC here. Again, that's rolling on, I believe, right now here. And I believe, well, let's just take a look at the major contenders and stuff anyway.
Yeah, Kinatrope TSM looking pretty strong. Their trader blows as well, similar to Sam. Both have won an event, so it's going to come down to the absolute wire. You can see they're 4 points for APAC, and pretty much every other team, well, every other region is locked in apart from Europe right here.
And taking a look at Worlds as well, because a lot of teams are starting to solidify their positions for that. Well, still a couple are open. Being able to lock in your Worlds at this point makes a lot of sense. I mean, we're coming up to our last major here, Cole, and only a few spots are left.
Yeah, it's amazing how the momentum builds. You know, you win one tournament, you win one open, and suddenly that gets you the points that you need to qualify for a major, and that, you know, often almost guarantees you enough points for the World Championship. It's not quite going to be the case this time, but Man City down there, 33 points. They're looking pretty scared at the moment. Look at OC. Yeah, OC had that, right? They had one that it was everything down to one, or are they not quite there yet with Wildcard?
Well, yeah, they still got to decide it right here. Wildcard need to win at least one series. They have to not come last, and they can lock in the World Championships. If not, we do see the tiebreaker between... Yeah, we will be having a tie break. I mean, it's pretty exciting.
It is. Also, what will be exciting is Do or Die, LCQ. I want to quickly get some thoughts on top contenders now that, of course, we still have a spot open here in the European region that will be solidified this weekend. But let's just assume maybe it is taken. What teams are we maybe thinking will have that real shot when it comes to LCQ? Obviously, GK is one of those first and foremost names, maybe, Stubby? A bit of a
Yes, I'm going to say GK is an organization that should be fighting for this LCQ. I don't think that this trio of players, despite what Abjack has been saying on social media, I really liked his tweet, but he did just mention, I still believe in this team. I think we can go forward through to the LCQ and we can still win. I would unfortunately like to make a change, but I do also think that Tempo is the best player on that team right now. So it's really tough then to pick between what happens with Abjack and Joya, who I can only assume have signed pretty good contracts with the organization. So neither's going to be particularly easy to move on. I don't know if I'm being harsh about it, but
Stumpy, I think that Tempo needs to be Grandpa Simpson. He's got to walk into the room, take his hat off, put his hat back on, and walk back out. He had some great fun on GK for about 2 events, but he's like, this is not a ship that I want to be sailing on. I think he needs to find maybe a better team for the LCQ.
Okay. Do you any thoughts early on? I don't have to put you on the spot. Any thoughts early on where you might have him put? I mean, does that
anywhere else?
Okay.
Yeah, it's so that maybe he'll take the hat that he's picked up and go back to Man City with it in his hand and say, guys, I made a huge mistake. Can I come back? Hold a spare.
meanwhile they're jumping around arm in arm with Seiko. Yeah, we go to the major.
Okay, then quick, give me your top. We're going to move on here, but I just want your quick top pick. Who do you think maybe is going to be that team that walks through the LCQ? Are you putting a KDC as Magnifico? Like if KDC doesn't make it again?
GHT with those back passes, if they keep honing in on those, book it in. Book
recency bias is GHT for sure.
GHT? Okay.
I'd love to see Gritty Goose and ultimately Tox make it to an event. We cannot have him again.
He'll be in the playoff. He'll be in the final. He'll be in the final.
He cannot.
The question is, who will beat them? Who will beat them in the final?
Somebody will. A team will beat Tox to make the major, but I really would love to see this team at LAN. People are loving Bababa. People love the name. Raziz has been that mainstay as well. Tox been around for about 32 years. I really want to see that team make it to a major.
What we need to remember as well is that between Man City and K-Dop Corp, whichever one doesn't make it, and it might be both that don't make it, but whichever one of those two doesn't make it, that's the one that will be favorite for analysis as well.
Well, I have one last thing that we need to do with you guys before we get to kick off here, and it's a big important one. Can I get a drum roll? You see it on the sidebar there. We've got our Paris groups. Big drum roll from the analysts here. Give it to me, chat. Paris major group stage. What are we thinking, guys? Let's take a look here. Screenshot it.
Beautiful.
Oh, classic NRG. That's what I'm seeing off the bat. What is that Group B? They're absolutely flying.
Little
done
bit
it again.
Nicky, innit, from NRG.
They've done it again.
Locking in a little Sam 1, Europe 5, and SSA 1. But you know what? Every group is valid, CJ. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard
every group
touch over the years.
Every group is indeed valid. Obviously, what they need to do was not only have the 1 to 16 seeds, but also ensure that there's no same region in the same group. Now, I know a lot of people are going to see Group A and go, what about that group? Because it has 2 European teams. Well, we've got 5 European teams, so one of the groups does have to have a double up. Outside of that, there has been a few swaps with the seeds, either one above or below, to ensure that we don't have 2 MENA teams in the same group, which was what was going to be the case if you just purely seed at 1 to 16 based on the previous event. So a few swaps have occurred, and we kind of land on, well, I guess the big, looking at this, Cole, is that you look at SSA and APAC based on what we saw in Boston. They're kind of your I'd say they're the groups you want to be in, with the greatest respect to them. But it's just a question of how strong OCE could look, depending on how strong that Group A is. Because if Wildcard are a top 6 team in the world, like what we saw at World Championships last year, that is an incredibly tough group.
That's hard. Like that group is really scary. You've got Europe number 1 that is being currently fought for tooth and nail by Vitality, KC, and Gentlemates. Probably going to be Gentlemates coming in for that. That is a really scary group because Foot Esports are phenomenal as well. I'd also like to draw attention towards Group C. You got MENA 1, Europe 3, Rebellion, your boys CJ, and then APAC 1. There's going to be, that could be a bloodbath between, quite frankly, every team, and APAC trying to pick up points wherever they can. That is a very scary spot for anybody that's looking to qualify through from Group C.
I do want to clarify as well. I know I just said, hey, we just jumbled some teams around because there were double ups. There is reasoning for it and all the teams, and there will be a post with the official reasoning with the seeding and how it all played out. But I can confirm that looking through it is all above board, and it is the fairest and best way to kind of organize these groups. But you're always going to get some tough groups on paper, and I think Europe won when you might have an OCE team that is looking top 6. It could be a tough group. They're with Foot as well, who are in form, but that's how the cookie crumbles.
Hey, well, you got a few. Yeah.
I was going to say, I feel like NA across the board are looking generally, as we say very frequently, but typically scary before a LAN. They are looking
always do online though. That's the question. Can they? Yeah, Europe kind of looks a bit shaky. NA look great, and then they don't do it.
That was my caveat. Is that we've seen this and we say it frequently, and then rarely does it come to fruition that then the stronger region looks like it's actually going to be winning. North America online look fantastic. Domestically, they always look great. SSG. In particular, I am very excited to see what an exciting team that is, having Zach come back with his brand new rebrand. Very cool. NRG, locking in that first seed, but having a shaky time to get there. By no means is it the classic NRG stomp who gets second through fourth. NA looking really, really exciting. So the Paris Major is going to be sick.
Hey, well, Chia, you've got a few minutes before kickoff here that you can head over to Reddit and get your thoughts out. Who's going to make it out, I believe, top 3 from each group make it through. So start getting your predictions on the teams you've seen there. But we do have a few that we have to fill out still. So we got to play some games to do that. Let's start working our way towards kickoff. First, though, if you want a different perspective on the game, you can head over to twitch.tv/RLesports. A little bit of a side stream there that you can just get a literal side stream of. Get that side view. You can watch some of the wider rotations, some of those boost steals that are happening, and just see how the team plays are playing out from that perspective.
And Leaf, this was the game where Ninja and Pyjamas made Paris.
Wow.
it was this very series.
Can I just say this perspective is an absolute lifesaver for your family members that have no idea about Rocket League and think, oh, the camera swaps too fast. I don't know which way's which. Tune into the crowd cam. It's a godsend for that.
No, that's huge, actually. We saw some new people in chat yesterday. That might be the place to be. It's fun for people to know the game, to watch the nuance of the small mechanics are being made and small decisions, but that wider scale gives you a slowdown that you can follow it a little bit easier. But these teams, what they're playing for, it's on the board right here. Points for most of these teams. Again, if they don't have the chance towards Paris, they're probably looking at that dollar value, but the points are going to be the biggest thing, especially coming up to Paris and then Worlds afterwards. One more look at our bracket here before we get into it. We have best of 7s across the board. We're playing 4 matches today. And I guess we could show you what order we're playing them in as well. We usually go from bottom to top, and that's what we're going to keep doing here. Starting off with the blue wall and a grandma himself. We got GHT on the other side. Let's start talking about it. Stumpy, your favorite team is playing.
I know, the back pass demons, the Italian Stallions, Grandma and co. Cugs here at the helm against Karmine Corp, who have been, to be honest, just quietly quite consistent. Goodness me. That does look like Grandma's camera. Do you guys remember during COVID where you do all the family teams meetings with quizzes and whatever? That's exactly how my grandma's camera looked throughout the entirety of those COVID meetings.
Just point it down a bit, please, Grandma. Point it down.
The funny thing is that
your thumb's on the lens. Grandma.
Grandma tweeted out, because I tweeted out talking about, the grandma thing, and then Grandma himself said, I might have to change my name for tomorrow, I guess. So it's good to see that Grandma is now fully leaning in to being everyone's RLCS grandma by having forehead cam prominently shown.
I want like a grandma mobile. His car is then designed with a knit pattern on the outside of it with the 8 pixels that he's currently got. His microphone, by the way, in a different room. You don't know why that's going on there.
His microphone is enormous.
It's not closer to him. It's not forced perspective. The microphone is that big.
This is what the team comms.
Oh, he's that small?
Hey, I'm up. Guys, I'm up.
The borrower.
Tommy, where are you?
Faking.
Trying to borrow a place in the major.
Anyways, on the other side, blue wall.
That's underneath his desk, which is good to see. is the worst camera.
Come on.
The worst quality and worst position. There he is. Back. Yeah. He has set that up and they'll not realize that he leans forward for 99% of his gameplay.
Yeah, true.
And we won't be able to see him.
He was looking into his monitor, smiling. This is perfect. It's like
There he
putting a
is.
necklace on in the mirror and it being perfect, then you don't realize it's backwards.
Guys, I need you. We're going to change this up, chat. The progressive fans vote is up now.
GHT.
Alone. Who's your favorite team?
GHT.
Yeah, GHT. Give us the GHTs, guys.
Way better. These are too normal, the KC ones. We need to see some different angles. Actually, I want to see a camera you can't see any of the person at all. It's just facing the wrong way.
Yes. I want a camera view from like behind, like a shelf the other side of the room for one of these players. They'll rest their phone up there. But at the end of the day, Karmine Corp, they are near enough, obviously not quite, but they are near enough locked in to be going to the Paris Major. This is going to be one of those games that is going to be, should be, pretty routine for them. But GHT had a great run yesterday. They are not an easy foe. They took down Man City, who are currently above, who are currently sitting in the top 5. It will be tough, but Karmine Corp at the end of the day for me.
I feel like that's probably going to be the story across the board, CJ.
Yeah, look, I'm loving the grandma and I'm loving his camera even better, but I think KC should be able to get the job done here. Unfortunately, KDOB Corp look like they're the only team that could crack into that major contention. So, KC, they're going to get the win.
Oh.
Yeah, Karmine Corp, I think it would be crazy to go against them as much as we love Grammar and the lads and the GHT lads. And if Karmine Corp win this, they make the major as well. So this is, this is their moment.
We're doing the boring pick here with KC across the board. Put it up for me as well. And
This is a blue wall.
I think chat did the right thing.
Oh, please.
And
They've got us.
I think they've balanced out the scales here.
The KC fans aren't here. Oh, they are.
GHT.
2 more percent.
Quick.
Come on,
GHT.
I'm doing it.
GHT.
2 more.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Yes, that's
Come
one.
on.
I'm voting.
Come on.
for you. I'm
I
voting for
panicked. I did a tilt instead.
GHT. There it is. One more.
Give us the 50.
Yeah.
Send it the game. Let's go, chat. I'm loving it today. Good energy. We've got the game ready. A best of 7. Playoffs are here for our last
60%.
for 6.
Keep it up.
European region. We are blasting off to the moon right now. GHT has got the crowd behind them. Let's see if they can take down the blue wall. Casey standing on the other side. Let's get some Rocket League on the go.
The first party for full Italians into the top 8 of a European regional. Can the Cinderella story continue? This is starting off with one of the biggest underdog matches that we're going to see all season. It's going to be KC looking to lock in Paris with the highest seed possible against GHT.
Yeah, I forgot that too, because I was looking at the sheet and then like no one's in green.
Of the day. Cole, I know you want to see GHT win this, but what's the percentage chance?
Percentage chance of GHC winning this is about 10% maybe. It's incredibly unlikely. Karmine Corp, they've not been at their fluid best so far this split. I think it's fair to say, they lost to Gentlemates yesterday, but they are still KC. They have already qualified to the major, it turns out, as well. So they're playing with house money at the moment. And GHT, they're going to be getting some experience from this, learning how to play best of 7 RLCS Rocket League, and already Johnny being put under some pressure. More than that, being 1-0 down.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult match for them stylistically. GHT going to be doing a lot of defending, and that's what they do. They defend a lot, they hold on. Despite getting swept yesterday by Vitality, they did hold 2 of the games very close, including a 5-minute overtime where they were just getting battered the entire time, but surviving. But if there's one team in the world you don't want to do that against, it's Karmine Corp. Teams beat KC and give KC problems when they can get out of defense. So will it be the back passing spam that we enjoyed yesterday, or will they have other creative solutions?
I mean, we pretended to chat that we were betting on, predicting on whose camera we like the most. Actually, it still was a prediction. So 70% of chat predicted that GHT would win this one. So we'll see if chat is proven right across the up to 7 games here. But I mean, take nothing away from GHT. They played very well yesterday. They got some big victories, and they've earned their right to be here in this top 8, as all teams that make it up to this point do. A huge Game 5 win for a reverse sweep against Man City.
And look at it, they're just moving the ball around in the back corner and keeping KC guessing here. They were almost in with a chance on net there, GHT. KC are in a bit of a tricky position, actually. They've got to be careful. And they do get the hard clear all the way towards Grandma, who is everybody's new favorite player.
Grandma's accidentally picked a blue car on the orange team, so it's already been a tough start for Grandma. But you know, Grandma's doing Grandma's best. But yeah, Grandma is already my favorite player based on yesterday, and I do love the way GHD played. This whole back pass thing that we saw from Hyder in particular. The man is obsessed with passbacks, and I like when a team plays with a unique identity, Johnny. And GHT, at least based on yesterday, certainly seemed to.
Especially in Rocket League 3s, it's so hard to come up with any new kind of play styles strategically, but to see an underdog team doing it is really cool, and they're able to do that because they often do have such a deep third that the players up front, they just know, well, if we just hit the ball back as far as we can, as hard as we can, then there's going to be somebody back there for it. And of course, those of you who tried back passing in ranked, I'm sorry, getting saved. You know that if you don't hit the ball hard enough, then the opponents can catch up to it. If you hit it too hard, your teammate might be caught off guard. So it's a fine balance that they're playing with when they try that.
Well, so far, only 1 goal for Karmine Corp, and there have been 6 shots compared to GHT's 1, so this one looking the way we expected it to look. We'll see if GHT are able to do what they did yesterday and slowly but surely make their way up in towards blue territory, and they will be basing a lot of this performance on the way they beat Man City yesterday and how they both miss off the backboard, how they worked their way into that series. But here comes Juicy, past Hyder, TMS last man back, Vatira there in the corner, Karmine Corp taking it slow but sure, but Grandma comes in to intercept.
It's been all KC, as we would expect, but still just 1-0. Although Atto could have made it 2. He didn't expect the miss in the backboard read. That I think there was actually 2 misses technically from GHT's end. I mean, these guys, despite being new to this level as a trio, new to this level in RLCS, they are absolutely known entities in the bubble scene in ranked. So I'm sure KC will be familiar with them, and they'll be really locked in here. KC, more than anyone really, know how to lock in and beat the teams who are ranked below them. Oof. They've been doing that all split, and they're doing it here, even though it's just by 1.
Yeah, and it's nice to see a fully Italian team make it to this level as Juicy comes forward, and TMS defends very well because he was at an incredibly awkward angle there. But yeah, nowadays you don't really hear too much about Italian Rocket League. Of course, Cooksy being the obvious one. You've had Dead Monster coming through over the last few years, but really there's not been too many Italian players. Arju as well, yeah, so 3 of them coming together at this level is a lovely thing to see.
I mean, they're getting the passing plays going, and that bump lands. Grandma is credited with a goal, but the full team getting involved here. Hyder chips it forward. Grandma with a beautiful deflection, and then Hyder with a bump onto Atto that was critical.
Great to see Hyder, 600 score. He's made 6 saves apparently in this game. So Hyder all sorts of involved as GHT get a huge equalizer. Hyder's up again. TMS has got Vatira in front of him. Gonna chase Vatira down. How much GHT would love to take this first game. Grandma in the wrong coloured car. Sends it forward, Hyder's in. TMS has a pass to Grandma there. Grandma, just wasn't quite up in time. TMS passed the ball forward instead of backwards, and Grandma didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, they've been moving the ball laterally a lot. We talk about the back passes, but I love the lateral movement. They are finding each other in the midfield, and that kind of team-first mentality is great to see out of the underdogs here. Closing seconds of the game. They've scored one of their 4 shots. KC have only got 1 out of 11, and then Grandma's going to cut that one off of the near post. Our Grandma survives into OT in the first match of the playoffs. Can they get a game here? You feel like they have to get this one, or at least the next, to make this close.
TMS clears it long. Grandma takes an eye on Juicy and thinks about going for it, but allows Juicy to put that one into the centre. There shouldn't be a shooting chance for Vatira unless he does something very creative here, which TMS did not allow. Karmine Corp struggling a little bit. They need to get a little bit frustrated, have to keep their patience up.
They do, and this will be, a little bit frustrating for KC for sure, as that nearly did deflect on target. Would have been a shame there for GHT to lose game 1 in that way. KC very good at keeping their opponents in these kind of positions, just starting to put pressure on them, waiting for mistakes to come in. But we have to talk about the strengths of GHT. One of them being defense. They can survive for long periods of time, so KC needs to be cautious when they're pressing forward here. Another shot gets saved. Hyder deflecting into the corner.
Yeah, we saw them survive for about 5.5 minutes yesterday against Team Vitality, and Team Vitality barely even left the opponent's third of the pitch during all that time. There was relentless pressure up against GHT as a back pass does come in towards Hyder. Juicy has to get the read. That's that example you were talking about
back pass.
a couple of times as well. That's 2 in a row. We're not just making this up. They love it.
I love it as well. I mean, it's a great way to keep possession, and with the amount of times that it's working, you can clearly see that that's something they've been drilling. And I wonder, where did this spawn in from? Was it a player-originated thing? Did the team just happen to end up doing that a lot? Was Cuxer behind it? I wouldn't be surprised if Cuxer was behind this. Always had his own unique ways of playing the game.
There's a pass there from Juicy towards Atto. Atto's got a chance to get the second touch. TMS waiting for it, doesn't quite get his dodge correct, but Grammar is there to help out. Atto gets the 100 boost. Karmine Corp having to start right again. They've now had 14 shots compared to GHT's 4, so statistically complete domination from Karmine Corp. But I can't think of too many proper chances here in overtime just yet.
Yeah, a lot of these potential chances for KC are being cut off before they can really get started. Another pseudo back pass there. Now TMS forward, look at the movement as GHG come forward again. They continue to find each other in the final third, but they're not the only ones. Karmine Corp got a passing play of their own, and Juicy slams it in the top corner. That's game 1. Vatira to Atto with Juicy to finish.
Oh, pre-flip from Juicy as well. Grandma left completely stranded. She got lost on the motorway, ended up not knowing where to go. And that is the top corner finish there from Juicy. Karmine Corp looking pretty stoic about their win. Don't look too happy just yet. They'll be a little bit frustrated about how that first game played out, but you have to win it, Johnny. Nothing's going to be given to them.
Yeah, they've, I think, done well there, KC, though. That's a clean game, if nothing else. They didn't dominate, so they won't be delighted. But this is more like a banana peel match for KC. If they can play their game, they know they're going to win. They know they're going to get plenty of chances. And if they can attack without leaving themselves open for counters, then they should be more than fine in here. But yeah, it started off with a bit of a careless play there by Grandma, our Grandma. And then
all of our
Grandma's cooking for the second goal. Great deflection on target there, lovely little skim. It wasn't enough though, as KC setting up a great shot. Juicy with a pre-flip is fantastic stuff. You can see Grandma's frustration there. We actually do have to explain goal. Why Grandma? I think you know, some of the viewers might already have heard, but Kevin Grammatica. Kevin Grammatica, the real name for Grandma, which is an amazing name, said, oh, okay, you know, a lot of Rocket League players use their real name in their in-game name. So I'm called Kevin Grammatica. Not going to call myself Kevin. There's already a Kevin in APAC.
True.
I'm Grandma. So that's where it comes from. Kevin Grammatica, which is a great name.
But it was also yesterday on the Friday show when Leaf, in his accent, says grammar. It sounds completely the same as grandma.
We're just started going grandma.
And I thought, wait, Leaf's grandma's playing? And now grandma is everyone's grandma. So
Our
we're
grandma.
rooting for grandma. Yeah, we are. Our collective RLCS grandma.
It's fantastic. Oh, Grandma's in trouble. Never mind. TMS is here to save the team. And yeah, TMS is probably the newest Italian player to this level, at least from what I can see. Hyder and Grandma been around for a few seasons in the bubble, but TMS is that final piece of the puzzle that was needed to push them over the line. They're going to need all the pieces working well together, fully slotting in. They're going to have a chance. Here's another attempted back pass. That one a bit too
not the best.
soft, though. You've got to look out for that, like we spoke about earlier, to avoid under-hitting your back passes.
Yeah, up until then they've been very confident with those back passes, but that one was a little bit weak, a little bit rushed. But credit to GHT, so far they are sticking to their convictions, playing their own way. Against Vitality yesterday, and then of course that winner against Man City. There's no reason they won't do it today against KC in a best of 7, so we'll start to see how they deal with the exhaustion of a potentially long series like this one. Something, of course, Karmine Corp are more than used to. Vatira has Grammar in front of him, Grammar on the backboard. And pushes that one out wide. TMS can't quite get the linking touch. Grammar's in a bit of trouble here, but pushes it out wide. Well played.
Yeah, nice touch and good awareness as well. As KC continue to knock at the door here. Grandma's not listening, can't hear the door. You gotta ring the buzzer. KC, you're gonna need to find another way in.
Ooh, Hyder takes out Juicy, and Grandma now on the right wing, almost gets it forward. Grandma here with the redirect, knocks it backwards. Lovely. Hyder's there onto the backboard. Everyone's excited. Like, genuinely, it's just lovely to see a different style of play. Hyder almost gets the redirect as well from the floor. Nearly there. Nice play there from GHT, but nothing doing.
It's nice awareness by Vatira on the dribble, not getting challenged from behind by surprise. Grandma cutting off one play, and there's just a soft back pass. You know, I just usually the one making them, that one towards him. Full team effort here to get the ball moving, which direction makes the most sense. They're just finding each other well on the pitch, aren't they, and keeping games close. At the same time, KC have put up consistently more opportunities in both games.
Yes, it's quite old school what we're seeing from GHT. It reminds me of Dignitas in the early Violent Panda coaching era, where they were doing outrageous passes the whole way through. It was just after apparently Jack joined Dignitas as well, where they were just infield passing everything. And it worked for a split or two before other teams started to catch up. GHT are playing something similar here, always looking for each other, wanting to get the ball to one another. And having to defend diligently in general against Karmine Corp, who are spreading out in a more neutral way. But here comes Hyder, lovely first touch, TMS underneath him. TMS waiting to see if this dunk goes his way. It does, but Atto, extra important touch there, and suddenly Grandma's in trouble. Someone help her out. She's done enough, and Hyder pushes it out wide.
Half chance, Grandma. Getting maybe a reset on that one. No, follow-up needed. Atto takes it away. TMS trying to force something. Actually does really well to get that high up onto the backboard. Still more saves required, and there is one. As the ball barely got deflected clear. It was almost underneath the pre-jumping defender. You know, something else that GHT are doing, apart from backpassing a lot, is they're leaving players lingering mid, and it's giving them these opportunities to outlet pass, getting them out of defense against KC. Hyder, backboard, defended by Juicy.
TMS thinks about going for this one. Hyder takes out Juicy. TMS all alone. Not be too much with it. Grandma's waiting in the center, trying to see what can happen with this loose ball. Oh, Hyder, no! We didn't come there. The hearing aid wasn't turned up enough, but somehow GHT get away with it.
Hyder says, I've got, but Grandma says, in my other ear. I can't hear you on that side. They double commit twice in a row and remain unpunished. A minute to go in this game. TMS again just cutting off middle. They continue to do that well. They need to be really careful. Can't afford to make those mistakes. They've been so clean all day. And there's another beautiful back pass by Hyder, finding Grandma lurking back.
It's just every time, 43 seconds left, they're still at it. They're still doing it, and Vatira makes the most of all the space that's given, and that is 1-0.
Oh, that's a really good recovery by Vatira. Hyder thought Vatira had been tripped, but Vatira just sticks to the ball. Actually used the trip to get an outplay. And with 40 seconds left, it's again KC by 1. We did end up in overtime last game. Will we go there again? It's been a bit of a step down in terms of consistency for GHT, unfortunately.
Oh, big save there from TMS, and that does allow TMS to have the boost as well. Can come forward, but not the best ceiling pinch. Juicy pre-flips into it again. That's been effective for Karmine Corp so far. But Tira might be able to nick this boost, and does. So everything right now is against GHT. Hyder has to get a clean touch, gets 2. TMS goes high instead of back to a teammate. Tira and Atto racing for it, and Grandma was hoping that second touch would be missed. Not to be, but she's still there. She's lingering. She's there. She refuses to leave.
And in their own way, they always find a way to make a back pass in the play. They're moving the backboard forwards. Grandma with the pass. TMS with the finish. What a play by GHT. They got 6 seconds left in regulation. Will we get a kickoff strat? We actually do get possession, or Hyder barely. Not an easy one. TMS on the end of it. Oh, that was on, but saved.
Oh, that was so close. GHT gonna keep on going. Grandma into the center. Hyder misses that one or fakes that one. You believe it is a fake with these guys. Definitely on the same sync. TMS and that is the second game for GHT.
And again, it's Grandma to TMS. This time with the ceiling drop down, just slams that ball into the roof. And Grandma knows what goes up must come down. TMS with a perfect read, dusts Vatira. GHT on the board. The Cinderella run continues.
Yeah, a gift from Grandma. All the other players, they were gathered around watching, and it was not going to be ignored. TMS opened it up with reckless abandon, and that is 2-1 GHT. What a turnaround.
Just fantastic to see. This is the potential to be an incredible story. Karmine Corp are playing for seeding at the major, but we all know how important that can be. Not just for the major, but indeed looking forward to the World Championship at the end of the year. KC have not yet found their stride fully, but there's one thing they've been doing consistently, is beating teams ranked below them. This is a team ranked way below them, and they've just dropped a game. 2 brilliant assists from Grama. TMS with full trust, pouncing in to finish the 2 of them. Well, what's KC's response going to be, though? Is this just going to make them angry?
It has happened before, where teams, lower-ranked teams, have had the absolute audacity to take a game off Karmine Corp, and they've come back with some serious tilt, but in a positive way, and just destroyed teams. I think what we're going to see is that if Karmine Corp go 2 goals up with a couple of minutes left, they're not going to take their foot off the throttle. They are going to keep on going. They want to score 4, 5, 6 against GHT right now. But GHT, Johnny, they have to make the most of that. They have to anticipate that Karmine Corp are going to be just that little bit more aggressive. Even naturally, you know, even though they'll have extra saying to them, keep it calm, lads, you know, we're still the better team here. And they can play on that. This Grama's kickoff is completely ignored, and it goes into the far corner for Juicy.
Yeah, so it's looking like it's going to be more of the same early on as KC pile on forward, try to get the attack started and then keep it going. That's always been their way to play with Atto and Vatira in the Karmine Corp core. Doesn't matter who you add as a third, they're always looking to attack, and that's what they're doing here. But Grama off the crossbar with the save and the clear. KC have to try just a little bit hard in that.
Yeah, huge block there from Grama. Slowing down the entire road. Driving at whatever pace Grama wants. Big touch there from Vatira. And a boost there. Big demo from Atto as well. Hyder's up. I think it's an all-important touch, and it's more fantastic defending. Already 5 shots from Karmine Corp, and none for GHT.
And making another one. This is on the goal line, surely in. It is going to go in. Vatira finishes it off. It's a passing play from KC. Seems like the way to break open this defense. That's what's worked for them the majority of the time, from what I can see. But incredible that GHT are able to make them work this hard. This is what they do.
And they're able to do it for the rest of this series. And we'll start to get tired. Early afternoon nap might be needed by Grama in particular. CMS around the corner. Hyder up against Vatira. Well played again from Hyder, but GHT struggling to get the ball out of their own half at the moment. This is more the way this series going that we expected. But CMS might have a clean touch here and might be able to break out free for GHT.
Oh, huge clear out of Atto. Vatira looking to get on the end of it, but it's gone over the top of him. Hyder skips past. Grama's actually reverse parking into third man here, so you've always got to look out for that. Did eventually rotate back to help the team in defense. This is a very tricky team to read. You never know where they're going to be lurking upfield, GHT.
Goose is one in the corner now, so again, decent defending there from Hyder. Hyder, who's probably stood out the most for me. And these GHT players, Grama sends it backwards, confidently with aplomb. Return to sender.
Oh,
and then misses the ball,
fake.
Interestingly. Yeah, I think Grama will say that's a fake, but I'm not quite so sure that it was.
As long as you call fake, then it's fine. It's same thing with back pass. If you own goal, but you yell back pass, it's no longer your fault.
And psychos as well. You got to say psycho, and then you can own goal it.
As long as you call him, it's fine. As Grama looks to pop it mid, it's going to bounce over TMS though. Those two were linking up brilliantly in the last game, but they've not on that occasion. Atto is sealing double, looking to keep control. Grama lurking upfield here, dusted by Juicy though. TMS not saving the dodge, actually just flying into the ball awkwardly, but wave dash demo and Material do the trick. Looking to come back from one goal down for the 3rd game in a row. Things have stabilized, but they've yet to be a shot on the board for GHT. KC have got 11.
Yeah, just the 11 for Karmine Corp, but they will be getting frustrated. There's been 7 saves so far for GHT. And if Karmine Corp begin to encroach, begin to make touches they shouldn't be making, or missing the ball which they shouldn't be doing, which Juicy and Vatira have done in a row, Atto had to make a decision there of going forward or staying back. And that's what allows GHT in. Redirect opportunity again from Hyder, not quite connected with. But a half chance, an opportunity, Johnny, to get some clean touches in the Karmine Corp half.
They're just letting KC come forward. They're almost conceding the midfield at times, letting KC advance just so that they can challenge them from behind, so that they can attempt to counter-attack them. I think KC have played quite a disciplined offense by their standards, though. They're really not given any opportunities to be counter-attacked. Still no shots, and KC score another one. It's 0 for GHT. That was the 14th shot of the game for Karmine Corp, and their 2nd goal.
Vatira bullying Grama. And then there is Juicy with the simplest finish you will ever see to make it 2-0 Karmine Corp. And surely GHT aren't able to get 2 goals in the next 90 seconds or so. It's going to have to get a complete switch of play style if they're going to.
Oh, that's...
As I was saying, Johnny, as I was saying,
Oh,
mate, there's
no.
a reason I'm the analyst, all right? Just let me take all the theory crafting.
Oh, TMS, he got on the wrong... What a shot, though. Got on the wrong side of that one.
But did he say back pass?
Did he say back pass? Because really, is that Grandma's fault? We're not being there. Grandma, you've got to be there. Come on. I said back pass. Get in the net, for goodness sake.
Oh, dear. Back pass. Yeah, that's a lesson for everyone. When you're playing ranked, if you do that. We need a quick chat. We need a back pass quick chat immediately. Epic, please. Give the people what they want.
Is there not a back pass? Actually, there isn't, is there? That'd be
No,
a
I don't
great
think so.
chat. We need that one. Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe that's what GHT needed. It would have helped out there, that's for sure. Give an early warning. And there's the back pass. Now the front pass as well. Love that combination.
Depends if Grandma's glasses are on. You know, without the old short-range glasses, reading is tough nowadays.
I'm not sure about. I know, you know, the KC guys are very respectful in interviews, and they're actually lining up to take a shot here. How is respect for your elders a big thing in France? Because if this game's anything to go by, it's obviously not. Vatira with no respect for our grandma makes it 4-0. And yeah, TMS has had a bit of a howler here. I don't know about that inside of the post approach.
Yeah, Karmine Corp are going to need a good telling off after this, because this has been an outrageous game, 4-0 in game 3. We predicted this as well. We said, you know, losing that second game, are Karmine Corp going to be on an aggression tilt? And this has suggested that they may well be. They have had 16 shots overall and scored 4 of them without response too, so a much more comfortable game here for Karmine Corp. There was about a minute and a half, bear in mind, where they were battering down the door but couldn't get in. But as soon as that second goal went in, it all just seemed too much, too soon for GHT, and they weren't anywhere near able to come back.
Yeah, that was... Hey! No, I mean, TMS is just dangerous at both ends, it would seem. Scoring multiple goals this game, responsible for so many. What a fake as well by Grandma. As yeah, timeout is called here by Hyder. Just a quick nap mid-series here, potentially. The bed is positioned pretty close to the camera, as we've seen in our grandma's base cam. But yeah, there we go. So no nap just yet. Maybe just gonna stay in the chair for that one.
Yeah, just hide behind the giant microphone for a little while. I mean, I must say, Juicy's camera placement isn't much better when he's leaning forward like that in game mode. But Karmine Corp, is the rest of this series going to be that comfortable for them, Johnny?
I unfortunately think yes, it might be. The thing about GHT is they are good at specific things. They're very good at defending, and they're very creative with their passing, the way they move the ball around. But when very good at own goalie as well. We see Mato like that.
Apparently so.
But yeah, when you know it's coming, when you know, okay, they're what they're doing is they're leaving people upfield, trusting the defenders, so that they can make surprising challenges from behind. They can come from your blind spot and make these upper touches. When you know that that's likely to be happening, you just stop committing when there could be a player behind you. So KC will know that now, and they probably already knew that coming in. So the game plan is quite clear. And I don't know if GHT have other styles that they can go to. I think they are a bit of a defensive main, catch your opponents off guard kind of team. In very Italian footballing styles, prioritize the defense and then build up from there.
Well, I can tell you during this tactical timeout that Stumpy Goblin has informed us that today is Grandma's 80th birthday, and Grandma is now an octogenarian. Which is exciting.
Octane is, of course, a very Unk-associated car, but we didn't know it went up to an even further,
all the way
later
up.
generation. Yeah, we're past Unk now. We're at the Grand Unk level, kind
Grand
of.
Unk.
Yeah, just to try and put it in perspective for the young Rocket League enjoyers. But
That's
yeah,
nice.
happy birthday to Grandma, our Grandma.
Everyone's Grandma. The RLCS is Grandma.
Will there be a party at the end of the series to celebrate? Well, there's probably going to be some kind of party.
I hope so. Yeah, I mean, wonderful cake. Victoria Sponge, Grandma makes. It's lovely. With just a nice cup of tea. Really, really nice. So, you know, visit Grandma.
Or would it be a cup of tea after? It would probably be an espresso, no? Because they are Italians, so it would most likely
do they
be
not
an
drink
espresso.
tea in Italy at all?
I don't think so. I think it's got to be espresso after your meal there, surely. But maybe with the cake, I don't know. I'd love to know. We'll have to ask that later. If we have a winners interview, it'll be our first question. But before we can get to that, they need to win 3 games, Cole. And so far they've won 1. Not bad. Not good enough.
Well, let's see if they can go any further. Cooksir would have been saying some...
Oh dear.
Why does this happen so often? I swear. Yeah, this is one for the statisticians that after a tactical timeout, the chance of conceding a kickoff goal straight away after, I'm sure, are dramatically higher. It happens all the time.
Yeah, the volatility's certainly high. TMS just getting bumped away there. That's a tough position for them. But let's see what they could do trailing early. I really do. I want to see a potentially different style from them, but they do continue to just kind of cut about with one player in the midfield, while the other two defend. Whoa!
TMS!
Whoa, TMS! Oh no!
Back pass!
Somebody needs to report TMS. What's going on?
but, you know, did TMS spam the back pass button? Because if he did, then it's his teammate's fault.
True.
We know this. We've learned this.
True. And I mean, it did bounce off the post quite nicely for a counter-attack. Had anybody trusted that that's what was going to happen, which of course they didn't. So TMS is just a loose cannon, honestly. This is not the defensive style that we were expecting to see.
Well, TMS was watching Hyder's performance yesterday and thought, wait a minute, I can match that. I can up my back pass per minute ratio to 15, just like Hyder had yesterday.
Oh,
but it's getting tough at the moment for GHC unless that goes wrong. It's just in the post. If that was on target, Johnny, I don't think the defender gets back.
Yeah, if that was on target, it was definitely unsavable. It's a great shot attempt, again, coming from that blind spot. It's what they do. They just cut in from an angle you're not expecting them to be in. And in TMS's case, hit the ball in an angle you're not expecting him to hit it in. And now TMS downfield. KC know not to jump. There's going to be a touch, but will it be a good touch? Grandma demo in the recovery, giving Hyder a play. Oh, TMS couldn't get it out of the save by Atto. Must have thought the goalie had it, but that was just going straight in.
Interesting game, this one. Not the neatest and tidiest Rocket League you'll ever see, but it's darn entertaining, it's got to be said. That's someone for Hyder. Juicy avoids the dunk.
He definitely thought the goalie had that, but I'm not sure that the goalie did in fact have that. I think it might have just been just out of reach, so difficult to calm that in time as a ball flashes across the KC box untouched. Rare to see that. Vatira with more than enough on it to clear the ball. KC get back to where they want to play most of this series, or where they have played most of the series, the offensive half.
Yeah, shot-wise, this one's a lot closer. It is currently 5 shots for Karmine Corp. Make that 6 if that one counts, although it might not. There's been more midfield play and a couple more defensive errors as opposed to sustained Karmine Corp pressure. And I do think that will frustrate GHC because, you know, this is the team that clearly has been founded on the backbone of solid defensive strategy. And that's not been there so far this game.
For sure they will be frustrated. Oh dear, this is not looking good for them at all, but they do get the clear thanks to our grandma, and now it's back, and then it's slowly going to bounce in for Vatira. It's all falling apart here. I think the end of last game, start of this game, couldn't have gone much worse for GHT. Yeah, they're starting to look a bit nervous out there. Pressure has gotten to these players in the past. I think that's been an unfortunate theme of Italian Rocket League in Rlcs over the recent seasons. Very often making it to places like round 5 of Swiss and losing. You know, getting reverse swept, losing tight game 5s. It's tough to watch at times if you're an Italian Rocket League fan, but can they dig deep? Can they find another gear here? Or has Grandma got the limiter on?
I love the way, by the way, Atto was like, yeah, I ain't gonna steal that one. I'm just gonna watch that roll in. I've already made my one save, my one team save per game.
I think he should have stolen it and then tweeted that he's proud of his goal, his performance. Stolen it from Vatira. Just take it away. See what happens.
Oh, I see. Reference the major tweet. Oh, that would have been hilarious.
I think he got to beat that. Oh, what a shot. Wow. Vatira. Almost with a goal of the day contender. That was well saved. Really nothing going offensively for GHT. When you're the defensive team by nature and you're down 3-0, pretty difficult to come back. 3-0 is hard enough scoreline to come back from against KC for anyone, but I think especially when you play as much defense as these guys.
Yeah, this has been by far and away GHT's worst performance of the day so far, but, you know, they're going to be stretched by Karmine Corp. Every game gets tougher. Lovely point from TMS, but again, not quite on target. I would have counted for 3 in my heart. Couldn't quite make it in. TMS, who's a mercurial player. I think they all are for GHT. You know, they all live and die by the pass-back sword, which I do respect. But this one has been the best example of why it can backfire when it doesn't quite work. Nice prod forward there from GHT. To be enough. Grandma of the back pass as well. A powerful back pass too. TMS can skip.
Go on.
For the flip reset into the corner. All 3 Karmine Corp players called into action for the save.
That was a good try, but the finishing touch lacking a little bit of power. Could save the other end as Juicy looks to add a 4th to Karmine Corp's already impressive tally. Time is really getting away from GHT. They have to score pretty soon if they're going to make this a winnable game. Can they find a way through here? Looks like they can, thanks to Grandma's finish. But the pass is even better from Hyder.
And what did it come from, Johnny? Did this ball go backwards or forwards?
Backwards. Of course it went backwards. You know it went backwards with GHT getting a goal.
GHT can play rugby, honestly. If there was a Rocket League rugby version, they'd be fantastic at it.
I think didn't the Italians have a pretty good Six Nations? Maybe that's what this is all about. Oh, that's winning 50, but well under control for Juicy. The kickoff wasn't volatile enough for GHT, but there's the back pass. Gotta watch out for that one. And yeah, didn't lead to much this time. Infield option was there, but they weren't able to put it together.
Grandma's stuck on the goal line. She's had a fall and can't get up. But now out to play, but it looks like it's going to be too little too late for GHT. They will go 3-1 down in the series, maybe with a goal to take home. Not quite to be, still might be. Back pass, forward pass. Challenge from Juicy.
So the expected result looks like a certainty at the moment. What can Cuxer tell the boys? What can he tell the lads to
Honestly,
take them out of this hole that they're in?
It sounds cringe, but enjoy it. Enjoy the fact that, you know, you're on the main broadcast. Even if, you know, because Grandma mentioned on Twitter that he knew he was being memed a little bit, but you have to see that as part of the world that you're trying to enter. Do you know what I mean? You're trying to be a high-level member of the Rlcs. There's going to be jokes about you. There's going to be times where you struggle. There's going to be bad moments, good moments. But just go out there and enjoy what might be those last 5 minutes. I think would be the key.
I mean, it was either grandma or grammar. So you know, we were going to go one way or the other. I think this is definitely memorable. Will it be memorable for the right reasons by the end of the series? Is the question that we would love to see answered. I would love to see GHT get another game. Or
I was thinking the same. One more game would be a big sort of emotional win, I think.
Yeah. I mean, although, like, getting a game already and having a couple of respectable games in there. Games 3 and 4 have not been the GHT that we know can show up on RLCS. They've really dropped the ball in this second half of the series. But can they pick it up? Can they get the initial level back again? Because they started, I think, at an okay level. Maybe not good enough to win the series, but definitely respectable.
Well, let's hope that's what we get. Let's hope we do get 5 decent minutes of GHT, because they've entertained us all so far in EU Open number 6, the last EU Open, the last Open of the entire season. Karmine Corp have already made Paris. A whole host of teams trying to be that 5th team to qualify from Europe and try and follow in Karmine Corp's footsteps. It was them winning the kickoff LAN back in Copenhagen that made it so there are 5 EU teams here. Karmine Corp right now knocking down the door already here in game number 5.
There's that demo and the recovery again from GHT. Vitir with a little break check, catches everybody by surprise. Oh, it goes all the way through, and Juicy taps it in. Vitira just waltzing through the whole team here from the midfield. Great play, phenomenal control, and stifling on the goal line with the 50.
Yeah, it's a nice read off the crossbar there by Juicy. Always easy to do when the ball is bouncing down. You've got to judge those angles correctly and make sure it doesn't go over your head. Can be the real risk there. As soon as Juicy had read it correctly, it was a simple enough finish. Not the first time Juicy gets the open net after good work from his teammates. It's his time to come forward and try and break through GHT himself. Gets the dunk onto the crossbar, and
what?
Vera almost gets the favour return, but somehow doesn't say yes.
There's some life in the old legs, Liet. As Grandma walks the ball clear. Do they have anything more to fight with? Do they have more energy left in the tank? GHT being pushed to the limit here. Double tap the ceiling there from KC. Or again, are just playing a very disciplined series. Just a clean series from their perspective. They'll be quite happy with how this was gone. Obviously not delighted to lose a game, but I think overall this has been according to plan.
Yeah, there's been enough data gleaned to be able to take something forward. Lovely touch there. Great pace from Grandma. Just when you say, you know, the old legs are starting to struggle. Still got that 30-meter dash in them. Grandma sends it forward. Vatira there around the corner. Let's get this second touch. Fakes out the player. Hyder there is the last man. Again goes to the ceiling. It's really scary right now from GHT. That touch from TMS was nerve-wracking for Grandma, but plenty of experience there, and Grandma was able to deal with it.
And again, we've said it before, no shots for GHT. All defense. KC up to 9, looking to put their 10th shots on target. There it is, although it wasn't really much of a shot. It still counts as one on the scoreboard. This is where most of the series has been played, as another shot goes in, and that one's going to be unanswered. Juicy makes it 2-0. No one at home for GHT, as I think, yeah, they all went pretty scenic routes looking for boost.
Yeah, Grandma went for a wonder and had to be returned home in the end after the ball had got into the goal, unfortunately, there for GHT, and it looks like this will be a simple Karmine Corp victory once all is said and done. They dropped their game. There's still more than half of this game left, but GHT barely get the ball in blue territory at the moment. They barely escape in front of their own goal. One clean touch is all they need. And that does send it backwards. Hyder catches it. This is classic GHT ball. Ball for TMS. Can he get it in? Oh, it's a rushed snapshot, Johnny, and that is disappointing.
Now they are going to line up another back pass, and little 1-2 mid-air. They are getting so many consecutive touches. KC haven't touched the ball in ages. Now Anto does just that. That was a brief moment of life as GHT, I think they just find the alarm clock. Woke Grandma up a little bit, but is this tournament life coming to an end? If it is, at least Grandma's surrounded by loved ones and friends. We all love our Grandma, don't we, chat?
It's been a life well lived, you know? Grandma's seen and done it all, this event.
If tournament life is coming to an end here, then at least it's at the end of a series where they did what they wanted to do. They came in wanting to back pass as much as possible, and they've absolutely done that. So another one goes up to the backboard from Grandma. We love it as much as they do at this point.
Oh dear. Oh, that is a thing you love to see. Good block there from Hyder. The ball did go forwards, unfortunately, though, so probably being reprimanded by Cooks here in the chat right now. Hyder, no. What are you doing? That's the wrong direction. That's against a flip reset towards Vatira. Great block again from Hyder. Camera underneath. Pumps it forward once more. And it's been a better second half to this game, to be fair, from GHC.
Yeah, as they've just, again, put themselves in that awkward position. I think anything more than 1 goal deficit, they start to panic a little bit because they know that this is a long way back. And against KC, it'll feel like you're losing by 4 or 5 when you're in fact only losing by 2. But yeah, they're trying. They're, again, being creative with the passing. But KC staying nicely spread out. They're not falling for those tricks like they did in games 1 and 2.
We're going to get one more GHT goal to make things interesting. I hope we do, but Karmine Corp aren't bad at defending themselves. And to get Vatira, one of the best goalkeepers in the world. Squeezes that one, pinches your cheeks between her fingers. Gets that one forward. Saved there by Grandma again. Hyder flicks it forwards. Grandma with a chance here. 20 seconds left. Leaves it for TMS. Very generous. Can TMS bundle it through?
Oh, it's a pseudo back pass again. Grandma unable to get on the end of it. Final 10 seconds of GHT's tournament. Can they get a goal? Consolation. And it will go middle. Yes! TMS finds a way. KC pinball out of their own net.
Oh, it's panic and pandemonium all the way to the end. TMS gets all sorts of things left. Vatira's, there you go, Juicy. Vatira's like, do you know what? I like the way GHT play. Back pass meta's in. They can't do it as well, though.
Hold on. Do they get a kickoff? Double kickoff. Goes huge. Miss. Oh, boo. We'd love to see Juicy with that. It looks like they will have one more chance in 0 seconds. But the bingo is calling. Grandma pops it forward. Hyder running out of boost. Can he get back under this? No, he thought it was a 50, but it's just a whiff. Good fake in defense for KC, who advance fairly comfortably at the end of the day. But at least, yeah, Grandma's not going to be too late for the bingo. Only 5:43 local in Italy at the moment, so nice schedule in that regard. But GHT, I hope you've all found a new team to enjoy watching for the Last Chance Qual. I hope they play the Last Chance Qual. I love watching
me
these guys
too.
play. Such a unique play style, and so good to see Italian Rocket League making waves in RLCS.
Yeah, we'll all be there for Grandma's Last Chance in the LCQ. But for now, though, the story is about Karmine Corp as they put poor old GHT to the sword. Plenty of goals there for GHT, plenty of good moments, but Karmine Corp, they've still got their quality, Johnny.
They do. KC are very good against teams they're supposed to beat. They've been losing incessantly to gentlemen, but everybody else, they seem to be doing fine against these days, so they continue their run. But we'll see them again tomorrow. We've got more elimination matches coming up after the break, so stay with us and we'll bring you back soon.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
He's under one. Very peak. Carrying this. To go up. Qui renvoie la balle dans le côté. It's a minute. No, not the best time. But c'est une belle opportunité. La double tap. C'est un risque. Et l'autre pas où il tient. Oui, c'est bon. Pour le faire avec exotique notamment. Et voilà. It's Matera. Awas va aller chercher Killers. Team Falcon a un temps fort.
Sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. love so hard it hurts. To feel it touch so hard it burns. Isn't something you could learn, it's natural. And I might not feel that for you, but someday you'll find someone who sees you in a crowded room, sensational. Every time I dream of you, I see. Ooh, it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Ooh, every time I dream of you, I see. Ooh, it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. Here in the European Open number 6, we watched KC facing down GHT, and while it was a good fight, KC, of course, is inevitable. Comes out on top, moves on in through the bracket as they still fight for their seeding. Welcome back. I'm Leaf, and I have Johnny and Cole with me. You guys were down on the field there watching firsthand. How was the matchup for you guys? I mean, it of course went the way we expected, Cole, but was still looked like a lot of fun.
Oh, so entertaining. I absolutely love series like that. You know, not the cleanest Rocket League we're ever going to see, Johnny, but you were saying that Cooksir, GHT's coach, had tweeted saying that it's not just something we've noticed, this different meta, you know, this different play style that they've got. It actually is something they've been training.
Yeah, Cooksir, after they made because Cooksir's coach of the team, of course, the coach of GHT, after they made it into top 8 yesterday, tweeted, I'm extremely proud of being the coach of these players. They gave me trust while thinking outside of the current meta, and it delivered in such a beautiful way. Grazie. So really cool to see that. Obviously, they didn't make it past KC, which is, I think, totally fair. They'll be pretty sad about the way that they played past game 2. I think games 1 and 2 they'll be quite happy with. Then they started to get a bit nervous, and I think the inconsistency started to appear. There were some own goals, and there were some, misplays. But we got to see what this team's about, and I think they're onto something. I think I'd love to see them continue with this style, the unique style that they've got, and see how far it can take them in the Last Chance Qual. And I know that there's going to be a lot more people interested in that story now that we've seen them on the mainstream.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, I'm a Grandma fan, that's for sure. And again, seeing just how much fun I think overall that they've been having, the fact that this new, meta push for them or play style has been working well. I expect to see them into the LCQ going forward, Cole. I feel like this is not the last time that we're going to see a good run from them.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, we were memeing on the Grandma thing as well, but, you know, great performance from Grandma throughout. And the others too. It's nice to see new players, or new to this level players playing together. Nice to see a fully Italian squad, and yeah, a team that I'm definitely going to be keeping a close eye on in the LCQ.
Yeah, and again, we're still looking for that last spot there for the Paris Major, for the European region. We're not, of course, going to be able to find that fully today, but some scenarios who can make it will be closer. So we see Corp now with that win, tied at 26. So things are staying tight. Again, it's that Johnny, that number 1 seed that these teams are going to be, for the seeding in general, these teams are going to be fighting for that are already secured.
Yeah, KC waiting for the loser of Novo, Ninjas, and Pyjamas. So we're expecting Novo to lose there and then have to play against KC, but they're on a bit of a run right now.
Yeah.
The Novo guys are playing their best event yet. They got Nico back, and they're looking really good. So who knows? We're going to need to wait and see for sure. But yeah, NIP have been very consistent. So likely to be KC Novo tomorrow, starting off for Karmine Corp.
Yeah, but we have a different important match to get through. First here, we're looking at the schedule, and of course, it's KDOP Corp and Gritty Goose. KDOP Corp is the next storyline that we've been following of quite a few throughout the weekend. GK, Man City, KDOP Corp. These guys are still in contention. They're one of those teams looking for that last spot there for the European region for the Paris Major. And of course, Cole, we've extensively gone over it, but in case people are just joining now, what's this squad looking for in this tournament?
They have to win. First and foremost, they have to win this entire event to Gritty Goose. KDOP Corp, things are a little bit easier. If they make the semi-finals, then they guarantee at least a tiebreaker. If they make the finals, then they are going to be there in Paris. So it's doable for a team of Corp's quality. They've got some excellent wins so far this season, and this split, should I say, and they've been performing well against the teams they should beat. This is a team, Johnny, they should beat, and this is the sort of match that they've been performing really well in. Yeah,
so they both teams have to win this to stay in the running. That's the simple version of the story. And yeah, Corp, they've shown us that they can consistently make it into top sixes. They've done that. So I think they are the favorite to do this. But Gritty Goose looking for their best event yet in the split. Can they continue to trend upwards? Actually, both teams are trending upwards. If you think about it, Corp getting an 8th place, a 6th place. Gritty Goose got a 9th and then an 8th. So they're improving, but Corp have been one round further in both events so far.
Progressive fan vote is up. Do we see that KDC top 4 to at least force a tiebreak here? Do we see Gritty Goose going the entire way? That's a bigger ask for sure, or at least just in this best of 7. Who's going to take it? Again, both squads looking relatively relaxed coming into this. I always get worried when Radosin stands up. I figure something's going to happen there, but it looked like it might have just been a stretch. What are we thinking, guys? I mean, I'm going to put mine out on the board right away. I am looking towards that potential tiebreaker. I think KDC probably is the team that's going to be able to have, they have more experience. Well, I guess maybe not. We have Toxin Raziers, but Baba obviously now in a high pressure situation. How is he going to handle that? I think Corp's going to be able to have that handled. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, Bababa's got Toxin Raziers next to him. 2 players who've got a wealth of experience between them, and but we've talked a lot about how Tox always seems to be on that bubble, and there's a very real chance that Gritty Goose and Tox will be on that bubble yet again today. But that's the sort of experience, you take those bumps and bruises and you can pass them on to a player like Bababa. So I think that's the player that he's going to want to have next to him.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Who are you going with that? I don't even know.
Sorry. I'm going to go for K-Dot Corp there. Sorry, I thought you were asking me about Gritty Goose in general. I'm going for K-Dot Corp for my win, though. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, K-Dot Corp.
Corp? Yeah. I feel like again we've seen the experience behind the squad. I mean, like these are veteran players that are still good. They're not all washed up or anything. But it looks like some hope for Gritty Goose from chat. We'll see how it plays out. Another best of 7 on the docket. Let's get into it. Heading into our second best of 7 here. European Open number 6 playoff bracket continues. KDC, Gritty Goose both in the running, but one of the stories may end right here.
Forget about your Karmine Corps, gentle mates and vitalities of the world. This is the team that we all tune in for. It's the old boys club, the former world champs, the meme team who just might become the dream team. Or can the geese go all the way to Paris? Maybe that'd be too honkin' crazy. This is game 1 by Progressive. Stubby Goblin, let's get stuck in.
How on earth do I follow that? A stunning intro from CJ. And there is a lot on the line here, starting things off. Alpha immediately straight cross EV and down. They have got their sights set on that top 4. That is what they need. They can lock in a tiebreaker against City should they make that. This is one of their many steps towards that spot. Win here, they play the loser of Gentlemates versus Vitality, but still work to do to get through a resurgent Gritty Goose that are flying high.
All the talk has been on K-Dot Corp, but the geese have a chance as well. It's a little bit slimmer than the likes of K-Dot Corp. But top 4 could be a tiebreaker, and my goodness, what a start.
And goal number 1, immediately it's that pressure. Togs does float it quite awkwardly. Raziers not quite fast enough, and Togs actually gets back round to it, does make contact, not quite enough to save it away. Goal number 1 in favour of K-Dot Corp.
And grand final appearance for the Gritty Goose would be a tiebreaker against Man City as well. My goodness, Man City have to be watching thinking, what on earth have we done? Not making it through to the top 8, getting eliminated on the Friday and leaving teams like this. These 2 teams are watching right now with a red-hot crack. If they can just get, well, hot themselves. And all it takes is a couple of good days of Rocket League to make that journey to Paris, which won't be too far for K-Dot Corp, maybe a little bit further for the likes of Gritty Goose.
I think there's a lot of fans as well that are going to be attending Paris, hoping that they're going to be able to see some of their favourites in Radosin and Alpha in particular playing. But Barber wants to ruin those dreams. It's a nice chance. Tox to follow. And that man has been on the edge of, I don't even know how many lands at this point, missing out on qualification by a single spot at times. Now that Europe has 5, could this be the final chance for him to make it? It's a goal that is going to be to the good.
He has to have played in more tiebreaker matches and last chance game 7s, game 5s to qualify for lands, for finals more than anyone else in the world. And at some point he has to say, you know what, it's time, Stumpy. It's time to really stand up and announce himself on the world stage. And what a chance to do it here. Open 6, final online event of the season for the biggest event we've ever had in Rocket League. A top 2 required to give himself a chance.
It's also so exciting that, you know, we're still this close to the event. We are on the penultimate day of Open 6, of Europe in general, and we still don't know who is going to be going to the major. I love it when Rocket League does this, when the teams deliver in every single aspect and where caution gets thrown to the wind, everybody fighting to make it to Paris. But Mitz on the right-hand side, he's going to do it for those personal reasons as well, making sure that his family can be able to attend if he's able to, but still a lot to fight through for him. But Barber, and attempted, that looked like a plan Z, but that's okay. Tox towards the right-hand side, caught out by Radosin. Low boost, and he gets removed for it. Radosin gives him 33, but a respawn.
Yeah, hot start after they gave up that early goal here, Gritty Goose. A lot of pressure. Radosin has been dusted. Mitz is just going to try and dribble that one to Alpha, who leaves it for the man. Out of net, up the sidewall, looking for the bump as well. Cut across by Tox. This is a little bit of trouble, though. That's a commit out of net. Nice save coming through from Rlcs, who has had a pretty good season so far. I mentioned it on the Friday as well. A disappointing OCE expedition for him, but certainly some life experience and some Rocket League experience as well. I think he's really back in form.
I mean, that's the kind of chance that this game can give, right? It's the collegiate side of things. It's the move to a different region side of things. Any way that you can use this game to your advantage, to go to a different continent, the other corner of the world, is so cool. And I love that he gave that a go. Gives that shot a go as well, but he does get caught out by Alpha. And the back corner, a tussle between Bababa, Tox, and Mitza. Alpha has to slow down here. Bababa is waiting in a great position from Tox, just to keep this pressure going.
Yeah, some people will make the short trip across the EU to NA, but OCE is exactly the other side of the world from Germany, from Rlcs, but good to see him back here and looking comfortable. Hot start here for Gritty Goose as well. They've had a lot of pressure, as we mentioned, as really Corp haven't had too much time in this forward half. Maybe a chance here on own goal. Pass back almost on net. Coming through there from Gritty Goose. Radosin getting to work off the corner. He's got one off the pre-jump. He's got Tox on the backboard. He's looking for the dunk. He can't land it. Tox is completely misplayed, but Barber's backwards, and now they're under the pump.
Chance here, Radosin straight towards the backboard, but Barber is waiting. And we're seeing a good few challenges come through, and all of them going very neutral in favour of neither team. I think the Corp are going to want to try and go ahead soon. The pressure they are mounting, they have had that slight advantage in the opposition half in the last 30 seconds or so. Everybody in the corner rather for Gritty Goose. Barber, right-hand wall, low on boost here, so he has to go low with it. He's going to aim for a 50, but Mitza sends it back corner. He will continue with ambition.
Tox to himself, one more touch, Alpha. It's a nice pop, but he has lost possession. Rlcs looking to keep it as close as possible. It's a nice 50 coming through from Mitza with a reset. Able to beat 2, but Barber throws it across. Maybe a chance if Gritty Goose late. Another 50 coming in. Mitza very low, Alpha 54 likewise. Gritty Goose, they've got a chance if they can find the pass, but they've kind of just thrown it downfield, and that might be the end of that attack.
Yeah, lovely touch there from Alpha. Beats out 2, sends it into the back corner. That's going to waste about 10 seconds off the clock. Both teams needing a goal here. Radosin and Tox both agreeing for a second. Quick breather. Right, straight back to it. Final 5, 50 from Mitza and Tox. Bounces high. All good. A fake from Ababa. Sends it low. Rlcs, they know they have the boost advantage. There's only him with boost, who Tox picks up 100. Into the middle, but Barber sends it low. Overtime. Game number 1.
There's a reason these two are the primary teams in contention for that 5th spot to steal it from Man City. And it's pretty tough to split them here, game 1. Nice 50 from Tox off the rip. Can Rlcs find a pass downfield? There's a lot of sideways midfield ball. I'm not sure they're making the most of perhaps the outplays and the beats they're getting through transition on that counter-attack. But still, has been a lot of defensive play here from Corp. They still are struggling to keep the pressure on, forcing a lot of heavy touches that are coming through the midfield, getting swallowed up by the likes of Tox and Rlcs.
It's a nice play from Rodolfin. Just to demo one, make sure that you can work your way out of defense a little bit because that pressure was really starting to mount. Bounces central, no one's there to really take advantage. But Barber now removes the third man. Alpha is gone. Raziz is up. Chance for a double. He was in the highlight play for getting one at the start of the show. Isn't able to get another for Sunday.
It's a great read from Midter. Had to cut across and found the touch that he was looking for. Now Raziz looking to scramble back. As Alpha shows a little pinch, has lost possession. Both teams were really struggling to kind of keep the ball nice and close, but that's the pressure of a do-or-die match here. Do-or-die game 7, or best of 7, should I say. 4 wins required to win the event from this position. In the lower half of the playoffs, Mitz is going to pre-jump. It's a nice pass to Tox, who rips it on net. Alpha just sits himself right in harm's way.
He needed to catch that with a corner of his car, really, because it was more with the side. It didn't gain any height, and Alpha can just wait. Great positioning from the veteran. You know he's faced 1,000 shots like that before.
Dosen had to just back off that one as Mitz is thrown a little bit too far away. Now there's the chances, but Barber goes for the low 50. Raziz, can he find the shot? Alpha throws himself, and Tox is very deep. He's not able to challenge this as early as he would like to. Went for that back corner boost. That means they have lost a little bit of pressure. Raziz to the sidewall. He can't keep control of it. Mitz is going to keep the ball in, and they get a little moment of respite.
2 minutes in, though. Have a 7-minute game to kick us off here, ladies and gentlemen. Tox takes a beautiful touch high, reset. Alpha does dive in, has to steal the boost away from his teammate, but also the opposition player, trying to shut down their attack as much as he can. He uses that boost to great effect to the ceiling. Reset, the double is on, and Alpha uses every drop of that boost to win the first for Corp.
He's gone cross-court and found its way back on net, off the ceiling, with a reset, 1v3. A man who had a year off, who looked like he'd retired for all money. I mean, how is he doing this?
He got almost the exact same goal yesterday as well. He had a beautiful ground double to beat out his opposition. He does it on Championship Saturday, on the playoffs. A brilliant play from Alpha. I mean, overall, that was... These teams are split by a hair. They are so close. When you look at their stories as well coming through, they're very, very similar in their stories. They're very similar on paper as well. They made that mid-season roster move. They've managed to have 2 of these veteran players in Tox and Raziz and Alpha and Radosim, along with a newer player in Mitza and then Vibaba. They've got pretty poor offenses, all things said. However, very good defenses, all things said. So you're going to see very low-scoring games overall, but both sides are low-scoring and then also high-saving. It's an interesting way that both these teams seem to approach the game, but ultimately, game 1 goes in favor of the KC.
It's just Alpha 54. I mean, you can analyze the team plays, but at some point, one player, one individual had to take that game by the scruff of its neck. And if Zen's signature shot is that ceiling pinch backboard double, Alpha 54's signature is the ceiling reset into the basketball dribble. And he doesn't look like missing when he sets it up. You can see it happening, and you can see the fear almost in all 3 members of Gritty Goose when he did change direction off the roof. Lands on it perfectly. Alpha 54. Let's see more of that.
Yeah, beautiful play. I mean, overall, I think this series may well, when you look at the numbers, need somebody just to take command of it. Whoever that ends up being. You can sometimes see Raziz being that player. On the other side of things, Alpha, he has stood up so far to give Corp the best chance he can. And you love to see what they are able to do when somebody individually pops off. Chance here, Alpha again, that's on target central, calls Tox into action.
Yeah, nice play from Mitsu, just cutting across. You can see them putting a little bit of pressure on, and that double commit, it's going to leave a lot to be desired for this defensive Gritty Goose. But Bubba makes a nice touch, but oh, hang on a minute. What's Mitsu doing? He's cut across Radosin. He should have been there for the infield pass. Gritty Goose panicking, but likewise, Corp not quite capitalizing off the mistakes made.
We saw in that previous game as well. Gritty Goose actually had about 50 to 60 more ball touches. So they were actually had a bit more pressure going on the ball. They were to it first over and over again, and yet they just weren't able to break through. And I feel like we felt that as well with the eye test a couple of times, especially with like a 2 minute or so, minute and a half play. That's a lovely shot on target, but has to beat one, so Alpha can sit quite happily in the net.
Yeah, those kind of ball touches back up the eye test, as you said, with Corp kind of happy to parry the ball away and not keeping it as close as the likes of a Raziz, who is looking to control the ball. And certainly a couple of different play styles, but Seen a bit of control here from Rados, and he throws it on net, trying to go for a bit of power over the top. That's a nice cut from Mitza as well. He does have low boost. Tox finds himself backwards on the wall, but catches it nicely. You get Raziers across, or perhaps Bababa. They both back off. It's a case of 2-second man, and no one on the backboard. Bababa's missed a touch. Mitza has it!
Wow! Mitza shows Alpha and Radosin exactly how to do it. You've got your signature shot, mate. I'm going to see what I can do. Approaches the net, drops a tie-dye killer on the pitch.
That happened before because they had 2-second man, Gritty Goose. They had no one rotating back. Two players, two teammates looking for the passing option. Just a bit of miscommunication. It means Uvava has to make an incredibly tough read. He doesn't get the job done. First goal to K-Dog Corp once again.
His first 2 minutes has been a decent amount of pressure coming through, and that's going to be pretty open. Radosin has to flick it high. If he had a bit of boost there, I think the Barber was in a lot of trouble. Seeing what he can do. That big man Radosin. Alpha takes it high. Don't go to the ceiling, surely not. He takes it low. That is a signature shot of his former teammate. He hasn't quite learned that one as well as his own.
I don't think you realise how open it was going to be. It's a nice reset pass, though, as Radosin's flying through the net looking for bumps. Could have been another opportunity. It's wide open again. Alpha's pitched it across, and Radosin was there. K-Dog Corp just squandering a couple of chances. Could be 2 or 3-0 the way they're playing. It still could be, as Gritty Goose are severely under the pump right here.
I mean, 6 saves in favour of Gritty Goose here, and only 1 from K-Dog Corp. They are under an immense amount of pressure. Barely had a chance themselves to shoot. It's 7-1 in favour of shots for K-Dog Corp, rather. It is a very tough time, and this wall looks like it may well break. Radosin at the helm of the battering ram, and Tox has to slap it wide.
Radosin's going to stay around like a bad smell as well. They're telling him to get out of that offense. Gritty Goose completely under the pump. There's the shot. Tox makes the save and has space. Finally, they work their way out, but Bubba for a passing option if he's looking for it. Extra touch, blocked out by Mitza. Raziers doesn't want to get involved, trying to wait for the reinforcements. They haven't quite arrived as he would have liked with the double commit coming through. And those corner boosts, Stumpy, just getting repeatedly stolen by K-Dog Corp. And how about a dunk in the back of the net? Alpha 54 has another beauty.
I mean, it allows so much more aggression. When you see Mitza come through and swipe that corner boost, but Barber can't grab it. Tox has to immediately retreat back to net. It allows the second man to be so much more aggressive. He can immediately attack. He knows there's no speed coming out of the defenders to get a big, convincing clear. That is how you earn that goal. And with under 100 seconds left, K-Dub Corp have begun to run riot.
Alpha looking fantastic, and just if he can keep this up, if K-Dog Corp could sneak into that para spot, I can already see the storylines. I can already see T-Bates just completely switching up on North America to get back on the Alpha 54 train as well. He'll be crying tears of joy watching this man back in form. Minute 10 on the clock. Gritty Goose. I feel like this series is slipping away from them, Stumpy. It's certainly not as close as that game one, and K-Dog Corp looking very comfortable.
Yeah, we've not seen nearly the amount of pressure that was barely splitting these two teams, split by a hair. Some incredibly intelligent, handsome caster said. We've got under a minute left, and we need to see more chances coming in for Gritty Goose. But every time they slap it back into the blue half, it seems like they've just not got a man chasing it. It's a nice chance for a bump here from Radosin. Tox helps it in. No matter what happened there, either Radosin gets the bump, Tox gets an own goal, or Mitza scores. Regardless, it's 3 for the Corp.
The own goal's the funniest result for Radosin there off the bump. That's what he wants to see. That's demoralising for Gritty Goose as well. You mentioned 7-1 shots earlier on in the game. We're looking at 13-2 right now. K-Dog Corp absolutely demolishing Gritty Goose at the moment. It's only early in this best of 7, but it's hard to see a way forward with the way this team's playing.
I mean, this is the exact case where you lose 2 and then you immediately call that timeout. You need to just make sure that you can get that game plan back in action. It's K-Dub Corp right now don't look like they are struggling a huge amount to keep Gritty Goose shut down, to keep them shut up at the moment. So a few more things need to happen in favour of Gritty Goose, but Barber's going to want to make sure that this is the first thing to happen in the favour of them. On target from Aziz, but Alpha can clear it away. He's then going to continue. Mitza decides to help him out. Not enough time. Game 2 in favour of the second KC in Europe.
No time at all, and a timeout required, I'd say, for Gritty Goose. I'd be very surprised if they don't call it right here, because that was pretty dominant. They're 13 shots to 4. They picked up a couple at the end when it was all said and done, but they were pretty much just farming points through saves. Gritty Goose, all 3 members, and the end of the day, KDL Corp. We mentioned it yesterday as well, Stumpy. It feels like KDL Corp have kind of found themselves in a little gap, kind of between that top 4 and between the 7 to 12 teams. They seem to handle the teams below them quite easily. We're not going to see a timeout from Gritty Goose, but yeah, this looks like another case where KDL Corp, they're not quite at the, obviously the Karmine Corp level, the corporation war, but the teams below them, they fight. It just seems quite comfortable for them.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, bear in mind as well that this is not a team very far away. They are immediately behind KDOP Corp in the standings. They're just 2 points behind right now. We're looking at 6 and 7 really battling it out against each other. I mean, the numbers, though, in that game, they stack up incredibly in favor of KDOP Corp. 13-4 for shots, 4 saves for KDOP Corp, 10 saves for Gritty Goose. The 4 and 10s, the 13s and 4s. It is so much in favor of KDOP Corp. And the boost as well, over 500 difference, 5 big boost pills stolen in favor of KDOP Corp. There was such hard points to try and work out of defense for Gritty Goose, and KDOP Corp kept him shut down.
Seems astounding that they didn't call the timeout. I know it's easy to overanalyze, but you're two games down. You're potentially having to go 3-0 down if you don't win this one, and it looked like it was just going completely the wrong direction. World Championship coach Sathu as well as Stumpy have spoken about using the timeout just to ice out the other team. Even if you're not going to talk about anything, just cool the likes of Alpha 54 down, because he's looking hot right now.
Yeah, take a little breath. Me and you, I feel like we are serial raggers on about it. Because every time a team goes 2-0 down, we're like, take the timeout. They rarely do, but also rarely are we wrong. Like, whenever we go on about it, we're like, well, look, guys, you should take it. They go, no, we're good. And then they just proceed to lose the series. Like, you've got to just give it a go. You've got it as a tool in your arsenal.
Yeah, and as a coach as well, it's the only button you can push. So I think at some point you should be pushing it and
earn the paycheck, baby.
Sooner rather than later. As KDOP Corp early on in this game have kept up that pressure. Tox though with a nice beat. Let's see if Gritty Goose can get the ball rolling. There's a huge 50. Mitz is still going to be able to land on this one and control it out. In fact, it's a beautiful pass to Radosin, who's going to go for the reset. Is he looking for Alpha 54? He's looking for the GHT back pass. Indeed, it lands to Alpha. Reset for him. Doesn't get the dunk on, and Mitz is a little bit awkward here with no boost. In fact, he's very, very awkward. That's a goal.
I mean, look at how he jumps here. Mitza decides to jump up when the huge click comes in from Togs off the tummy of Alpha. He jumps, maybe tries to get like a little wave dash to speed himself up, but then completely mistimes and maybe long presses jump a bit too much. That then just comes down to Raziz, either touches it or fakes it. Either way, Mitza has no boost and he has to commit high. Great play, and the second goal immediately for the Barber off the KO.
I think timeouts are overrated in general. I'm not sure why people use them. Just keep playing rock, baby. But Bubba makes it 2-0. We're only a minute 17 into this game 3. And that's a big mistake from Mitza. That's opened the door with a kickoff goal as well. 1 goal turns into 2. This series is wide open again.
And the beautiful thing is as well, they've now saved their timeout for later on. So an incredibly good decision here by Casper, the coach.
Always save your timeout. This is what I've been telling coaches. Don't go early. You need it for game 5, game 6. Save the timeout. You never know when else you're going to need it throughout the series, and you only get 1, so don't push it too early. Redosin.
You've got 1 button to press. Let's not be silly now. Hold on to it. Great decision from the coaches all round as far as I'm concerned.
Great decision, and I just think I get sick of the commentators and analyst casters that talk about using a timeout. Just because you lose 2 in a row doesn't mean you've lost the hold of the series. And they're looking fantastic here, but Bubba, he's going for basketball drills on KDOP Corp. This has turned on its head this series.
Genius play so far for the coaches, but we need the players on KDOP Corp. They're wanting to go through convincingly, just even for that confidence, to make sure they go through that a little bit faster. Alpha gets rid of Bebaba. Raziz removes Radosin. This one could go central, but Alpha sends it corner bound.
Alpha, no boost, still finds the 50. Mitza looking at control. That's actually a nice bump though. Raziz can't quite get involved. He's looking for the pass back to Bebaba. He doesn't want it. He's low boost. This is big trouble here for the Gritty Goose. There's the goal. They find 1 back. Plenty of time on the clock.
Absolute slot monster from Alpha here. It's popped high. It's a lovely challenge. Tox has a front row view to the Alpha 54 show. Bar down, and that is the lead for Gritty Goose cut in half.
Yeah, they've still got work to do though. KDOP Corp. They dropped this one. I'll be thinking of a timeout. This thing might Might need to push that button, but we'll see what happens here. Half the game left. Midza looking to control it, but Barber, there's a triple commit. They're all low boost. What's happening here? Alpha, I think he should have gone the drop down stump. He had 3 members of Gritty Goose on the backboard, and he hit it straight to him.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to be coming up there as the third man, you're, I guess, naturally going to be keeping it high, so then your 2 teammates are able to actually come back in time. Don't play from the Barber here, does get saved by Redosin. But instead, I completely agree, take it low on that occasion. Surprise them, they're all staying high. Redosin dives in, as does Mitsa. Alpha, again, has to take it all on his shoulders. We see the reset, we see the chance for Redosin. He ends up going low. Mitsa shot above target. Redosin, what a backflip shot, and off the line from the Barber.
Where is Baba save that shot? And how did he ground pitch it backwards? Redosin just using all of the mass in the rear of that Fennec to work that ball into the net, but it doesn't find the back of it. 90 seconds left. Corp still need to find one. Gritty Goose, the defense has stepped up massively.
I think regretfully, despite how cool that shot looked, Alpha was on for it. Redosin needed to leave that ball alone. Alpha, I'm pretty sure, would have scored. I would have loved for Redosin to go in, but I do think, unfortunately, it was an error.
Wowee. Minute 10 now. Can Gritty Goose find one more just to get a little gap? The ground pitch lands as Tox is just patient third man. That's good to see. I've had some third man issues through that transition play before, through that midfield. Mitza looks for one, looks for Alpha 54. Huge save, Raziers. But Bubba on the counter attack, no boost, throws it away. 50 seconds, still time for more attack. Corp.
Rado, full court carry, has the boost over 2, does do so. Chance for a dunk. It goes the entire way in with the demolition crew at the back. The double commit, midfield, and Bababa says bye-bye.
It's the mirage of Alpha 54 sweeping across that ball that had Gritty Goose in an absolute spin. They were playing duck, duck, goose in the defense there. He didn't know what day it was. Alpha is pre-jumping off the ceiling.
Goodness.
Talk to me. What a save.
Unreal pass across from Redosin as well. Great vision from the defender. Tox's chance now. This game has absolutely become alive. But Barber goes to that near post, unable to get anything just in the net. Mitsa commits on that right-hand side. Goes on target. It goes far enough. And Barber's not fast enough.
They drop the first 2 and they go into overdrive. It's Mitza, scoops up the mid boost, completely dusts Bababa third man who crept all. Boy, did he creep. Third man, he just didn't trust. He didn't believe in the mechanics and the speed of Corp.
What a turnaround this game has been, but there's still 15 seconds left of work to do. Raziers has to get it round as Tox goes for a bump, but Barber now, all eyes on him. What can you do, youngster? Not much as it now drops towards Tox. Up high, Raziers, 2 commit high, 1 goes low. Tox now attempts to bump, but instead, it slides along the ground and the blue screen pops up. Corp win another.
And then just so many questions have to be asked as to why Gritty Goose didn't take that timeout. Because when you drop 2 games on the bounce, you cannot afford to drop the third. They call the timeout now, 3-0 down, having to reverse sweep instead of winning that important game 3. It just doesn't make sense when coaches don't push that button, Stumpy.
You need to do it after the second, and we've always said it, and we will always stick with that. There's no time where not taking the timeout makes sense. They've got 2 minutes now to talk about it. If only that happened 5 minutes ago, CJ.
Push the button. Two games down. They scored 3 goals in game 2. It didn't look like turning. They got a couple of lucky ones in game 3, but overall, it still eventuated in the same result. Corp were able to put the foot down. They dropped the hammer the last minute. 3 on the bounce. And now they've got a lot of work to do, the Geese.
Yeah, you got to commit to that timeout as soon as you can, coaches. Or maybe listen to casters next time, yeah? How does that sound? Taki T has been Taki taken. And Corp, they are looking like they are on a little bit of a warpath, getting 3 on the bounce.
Yeah, the Taki take, and I wouldn't mind seeing some tiki-taka from Gritty Goose as well, because they've just been throwing the ball away and unable to really sustain some pressure. I wouldn't mind seeing even some GHT gameplay, a few back passes just to get that third man involved. Bring the likes of Tox up, because he often rotates all the way back to that corner boost. They lose pressure and exposes the midfield where Alpha 54 gets to work, where Redosin got to work in that game as well, scoring that all-important third goal. Corp looking fantastic. A little slip up off the kickoff to get them 2-0 down, but I mean, this is all systems go right here for KDC for a top 6.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, though, you look, as we said in the previous game that K-Dub Corp ended up taking, they actually had less boost gained overall in that game. They managed to pick up less, and they managed to burn less of it, and yet they still managed to get the dub with 3 on the bounce. That is a tough way to go into the Coliseum. It is going to be a tough time for K-Dub Corp to make sure that they can get through here against the Geese, who are attempting as hard as they can to get their mods off the ground. In the Coliseum, though, CJ, only one can leave, and this may well be K-Dub Corp's chance through into the lower quarters.
Yeah, I can tell even production were confused there, Stumpy, as to why they didn't call the timeout 2 games down. They put 2-0 on the scoreline there. I can confirm it is 3-0. It's updated there up top. Don't panic, KDC fans. You have 1-3. You only need 1 more.
Tox towards the back, wants to try and make a great start of this game, just as they did before. That was an immediate chance. Remember just how fast those first 2 goals were scored. And they've had one off the immediate kickoff. It was a great play. Redosin leaves it for Alpha on the right-hand side. Alpha has to go high with it. Tox to Chal. Let's get a nice challenge. And this ball has been only in the blue half so far until Metza has a puck.
Alpha gonna grab that corner boost. Can he find the infield? Redosin just lurking, only 20 in the tank, but close enough to let Metza cut across, keep the pressure on. Raziers, nice edge dribble over the top. Alpha accidentally gets a touch, but Redosin doesn't mind. He's got the ball, and he's making it talk. Metza looks for the low 50. Nice challenge. Pyjamas releases Raziers. I wouldn't mind just seeing a player downfield for Gritty Goose, just to kind of mix up the angles and create a little bit of chaos, because they just look, it looks a little safe, it looks a little too conventional, Stumpy. It's not really catching out this KDC defense.
Yeah, I think KDC, they've got so much time together, especially Alpha and Redosin, as Rado absolutely flings it long. Tox has to get any touch. I think he got a little bit scared there, straight into the ceiling, but the pressure is going to remain for KDC, who, as I said, their tenure together has been remarkable. The way that they have played, you know, across the board, they've won world championships together, and getting in Metza, who can show off what he can do here. One reset. Not as far as Barber, and he cannot catch him out this time. Redosin now just fakes out the reset, then immediately toe punts her own.
Just a complete lack of nonsense. The toe poke from Redosin is sometimes all you need. Power over perfection. That was beautiful from, I mean, the amount of, I had to laugh before, Redosin, the amount of times he's just comfortable being in reverse is unusual for a top player in the world, but the man is just different. That's why we love him. And he's got the first goal. Could be the all-important one in this series.
I mean, that was also only the second shot in the entire game, both of which going towards K-Dub Corp. It has been very midfield focused. Barber manages to squat on that boost, can go higher with the ball, but burns all of it. Tox, chance to go central with this one again, and Alpha has to cut out Barber before anything is too scary. Rado, a fake. Alpha onto it, the flick as Raziers goes off his own post. Metza then misses, and Rado says, whoa, 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 let's slow things down, boys. I think you'll find I am Diaz.
Not quite.
No,
not quite.
never mind.
Not quite halfway on that occasion.
There,
he's about a 40% Diaz from Redosin, but he did get caught out by Metza.
Just a D.
And half the I, perhaps.
Up in there.
Some of your best work, Stumpy. Goblin Metza throws it on net. Nice save coming through. It's out for 54. He's looking for the bump, but and these boost troubles just mean that the counter-attack is not quite happening for Gritty Goose. When you're a goal down, when your season's on the line, I think we need to see a few more risks being taken, but so far they're just looking to batten down the hatches and hold on to that 1-0 deficit of all things.
Ooh, that's a slow roller from Metza. Leaves the ball and then ends up going straight for the boost instead. So it's going to give, I was going to say, a bit of extended pressure, but Raziers now, he's doing what you wanted him to. Ends up going straight for the defense. That one pops out wonderfully straight towards Alpha. Unfortunately, we're approaching 100 seconds, and that timer will be counting down to the demise of the Geese. The abattoir is on his way.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty honking mad if they drop this in 4. Would have thought they would have had a chance to crack against the K-Dub Corp. This could have certainly been a Game 7 type of series. It could have been a blockbuster, but they haven't shown up to the party. Redosin has, Alpha 54 has, Metza's got to work. I mean, a well-oiled machine. under the helm of K-Dob, out for 54, making it work. Radosin is just clearing a path for his world champ buddy.
And Radosin the Butcher sharpens his knives, sees that the geese are ready. 1 minute and 16 seconds, 2 goals to bring back. Is this just K-Dob Corp's step towards that semi-finals and the tiebreaker?
He's putting out, they're putting everyone on notice as well in that top 6. The 5 other teams that will be there tomorrow. Champ Sunday out for 54, make it 3, back past Radosin. Tox looking for the counter-attack, but this is what happens. They defend for so long. When they do get an attack, they've got 0 boost. Radosin, reset, round 1, off the bar, blocked out just. And it needs to get down the other end, and down the other end fast.
This has to be full send from the geese. Raziz removes Mitza to the ceiling. Who's next to it? Raziz is ready. To the backboard again. The defense so far staying strong.
Oh, almost a goal there. Would have been game, set, series, and a Champ Sunday for K-Dob Corp. Still could be with 30 seconds. Just have to hang on to this 2-goal lead. 25 now. Tox looking to control at low 50. Radosin, 0 nonsense, keeping the ball pinned. The orange half getting an absolute workout. Alpha off the corner. 15 seconds left. I think they might have done it, Stumpy.
Just about, but there's still 10 seconds. Crazy things have happened. 1 beaten, not the second. Tox, midfield. Final chances for the man that is forever on the edge. And this will not be his series. The Coliseum claims another. The geese are held to the ground as K-Dob Corp fly through in their place.
In the same map, the 2/3 of this team won the World Championship. They've done it again on a playoff Saturday, EU Open 6. They keep their dreams alive. They're a win away now from a guaranteed tiebreaker against Man City for that 5th spot. For a chance in Paris. K-Dob could lead the likes of Radosin out for 54 and Mitza out in front of that French crowd.
I love that Radosin's now celebrating with his small fabric Dembele. He's a PSG fan clearly through and through. Oh, goodness.
He's there, we beat him up with a ball.
I've seen Dembele do better.
I don't think that went how he was planning it in his head based on the reaction there, but what a performance, Stumpy. Criticus, they put up a great fight, and they had a pretty strong split, but there might only be 6 teams that are really in the hunt.
We are looking to see who they face after Gentlemates take on Vitality. But next up will be Novo versus Nip.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try, Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
He's under one. Very peak. Carrying this to Zanetsky renvoie la balle dans le code. He's got it to finish. No, not the best time. But Peut-être une belle opportunité. La double tap, c'est arrivé. Et non, pas Witter. Early shot. C'est pour le faire avec exotique notamment. Et voilà.
limit to the undefined.
Corp continues their dream forward towards that top four as they look for a tiebreak and maybe even more as they take down Gritty Goose 4-0. The dream for Gritty Goose is dead here. But to talk about the alive one, let's talk to a winner here, Radosin, with me. Congratulations, Radosin, on the dub there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I have a few questions. We have a few pieces of business we have to get here. First, it's a 4-0. I gotta know, is the CEO happy? Are you guys getting a raise? What's this result bring for you guys?
I am the CEO of the org now, so I am pretty happy of the game we did. Yeah, yesterday KDOP is kicked because too much toxicity with the player, very less salary for the player. This is impossible for us. So I'm really happy of my players, and we will bring the KDOP Corp to the top of the esport.
Okay, hey, you know what? I think this is good. It's a big upgrade for you. A lot of responsibility. I'm curious. Is maybe bringing Dembele onto as a representative? Is that why you've got him there? What's the story here?
Dembele, it's him. It's a Ballon d'Or, and he's like my favorite player, my inspiration, the GOAT, So for me, like when I wake up, I want to be like Dembele. Like I go outside, I play football like Dembele and everything. I try to shoot like Dembele, so like everything is him,
It's good to have role models. Well, now as the CEO, do you feel like there's a collaboration maybe between KDOP Corp and are we gonna get a name change too? Are we keeping KDOP Corp or?
I am in contact with some sponsor, like maybe PSG, something like that. We try to have something, and like I will speak to PSG soon, I think. So if they can bring us to the PSG X KDOP Corp, and we will see. We are in contact.
Big moves. I like it. Okay, well, I have to ask a little bit about the next match that's potentially for you guys. You'll play the loser of Gentlemates and Team Vitality. You've already beaten Vitality, but I think before you said you wanted to play Gentlemates. What match do you want coming forward here?
We want Novo if possible, but if not possible, maybe Vitality, I think. It will be like better for us because we beat them, and it's. I think we have more chance to beat them than Gentlemen. Gentlemen are in big form right now, so yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, it sounds like you've got a lot on your plate as the new CEO. Is there anything before I let you go that we can expect from the squad for the fans out there now that you're in charge of everything and KDOP is out?
Like first, thanks to the fan, because there is an incredible fan base around the KDOP Corp, and I don't know if you saw, but we want to like be in every game, like every possible. Like right now we have Moxie in 1v1. No, maybe we will have some Valorant player, everything like that. We are in contact with everyone, and KDOP is not the CEO, but it's him who gives us the money, That's it.
Oh, hey, man, I love it. I love the changes, everything we're seeing with this squad. Keep the strength up going forward, Radosin. Good luck with new responsibilities, and maybe we'll talk and see any new developments in the future here.
Thank you.
Legend. He's a business across the board here.
What a hero. I mean, he was also so good in game. Like, he took charge at multiple points. He was a battering ram. Alpha was on fire mechanically. And Mitsa, I think you normally expect that kind of newer player to come in and then maybe try to show off mechanically, then the others are going to be holding down the fort. He had a couple of pop-off moments, but every single time he was called on, he was solid no matter the position. An incredibly well-thought-out series there for K-Dub Corp, despite the fact that the team they were playing is only one spot below them.
Yeah, and they cleverly waited till after game 3 to make a tactical timeout, did GG.
Very clever.
And it looked like it was going to be effective for them. Now, I think they went 2-0 up in this game before K-Dot Corp more than came back, and there was your man Mitsa, who got that not second goal, but the third one overall. And yeah, you mentioned Radosin. I mean, K-Dot Corp was so much fun as well, because any other team, Alpha 54 coming back would be the story, but K-Dot Corp, that's not the story. That's one of about 15 stories that goes into this just odd blend of a team. And now, yeah, apparently we've got Radosin as the CEO. I would follow that man into battle myself, so he's a good choice. I'm glad the board have voted him in.
Yeah,
doubly bored.
As I said, I think he's on the board. I think I want to see future developments from this squad. I mean, it seems like they're making moves every time we talk to them. Something's changing. So hopefully we get another chance later on if they can win their match. That'll be tomorrow, though. But we take another look here at the Paris Majors contenders, which K-Dot Corp is in contention for. They are still shooting for the moon here, Stumpy.
Yeah, they need one more win. Get into that semis, and they lock in minimum their tiebreaker against Man City. If then they get one more, then I believe that's then going through to the major. But if they can get at least the semi-finals, that is going to be a tiebreaker. Very exciting. But the issue is they're going to be playing against the loser of Gentlemate's Vitality. That's the last game of the day. That's our last series, so we won't jump there just yet.
Yeah. Yeah, he threw me for a panic for a second because he said he wanted Novo. Like,
yeah, no.
Wait, did I get this wrong?
I think we should change it for him.
You said, who do you want? The answer is Novo,
that's
please.
True. He did not give an incorrect answer. That is fair.
Give us GK.
Unfortunately, he doesn't get to decide that. He will have to wait for the matches to play out. As you said, will be later on here. We still have 2 more best of 7s to get through. That will be our last one there, Gentlemate's Team Vitality. Because up next, we have the team he would prefer, Novo, facing down Ninjas in Pyjamas. And based on paper here, Cole, realistically, probably should go in favor of Ninjas in Pyjamas, but I don't think I'm going to count out Novo entirely.
Yeah, Novo, who made it here in the 5th round of Swiss of a 3-2 victory over Chippy Chip. So they've had to take the long route. But once they were here, once they're in the top 16, doing very well indeed, beating GK, smashing GK 3-0, really exposing their weaknesses. And then Man City, that near reverse sweep from Man City, they couldn't quite do it. Came down to a Game 5 overtime, which Novo ended up winning. And something, this is the team that, you know, they seem like maybe they're a bit of a flash in the pan, making it to the kickoff land in Copenhagen. But since then, they've re-established themselves.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Novo, and they are maybe somewhat due to scheduling to an extent, but they are now the only other team that are still in the tournament to have a chance rather to go through to the major. They currently sit in 11th with 6 points, so they need to get to the final for any chance of anything happening, and standing in their way is the 3rd place in Europe on joint 4th place, I suppose, with Gentlemates and Karmine Corp on 26 points. NIP. It is a very tough opponent to come up against because NIP, of course, they were also at that kickoff land. Slightly different stories for both of these teams, but a bit more disparate placing compared to the previous one, and that was a 4-0.
Yeah, Ninja Pyjamas, who have looked like an excellent team, Leave, since coming together at the start of this season.
Well, let's see what the chat thinks here as the progressive fan vote is live. Hashtag Novo, hashtag NIP. I mean, again, NIP definitely the favorites in this, but we've seen that not matter when it comes to the fan votes here. And again, Novo potentially a surprise in their sleeve. Still a second life on the board here, so they're not going to lose everything with a loss, but you want to win this year. Try to give yourself the best opportunity, Stumpy. You know, I guess if you're looking at this match, what are you doing as Novo? I mean, you obviously have a hard match in front of you. And who's going to win?
what you're doing as Novo is you're doing exactly what you did yesterday. You're beating the other team that was in the major contention in GK. You then go on again to beat the other team that's also major contention in Man City. They've had a very, very impressive run through. They've come through in the uppers in a group with Vitality. It is a fantastic performance from them. However, to be boring, NIP are currently sitting in third. They have managed to get through to grand final. Yeah, cheers production. That's the one. Yeah, NIP, that's the one. Okay, yeah, put it down.
Cool.
Yeah, they've already made Paris, as we've established many times, now Ninjas in Pyjamas. I'm just looking at Novo's results. You know, they made that top 8 on the kickoff weekend. Since then, it's been 17th, it's been 13th, and then 22nd last time around. Didn't even make the top 16. So really struggling. This is their chance to, you know, maybe build some form going into last chance qualifiers, but I don't think they're going to do it, Leaf. I think it's going to be comfortable for Nip.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, do you guys want me to do a wave punk or?
No.
I want you to be you.
Okay.
Be you.
When I look up,
thank you. Because he's quite tall, but apart from that, there's nothing to be envious about.
I mean, you are too, but I wouldn't say I look up to you.
Oh, that hurts
I don't
quite
look
a
up
lot.
to him. I'm next to him all the time, and I never look up to him either, so yeah.
This is insane.
Mirror down here.
Somehow I look down on you. There's a pulley system with mirrors.
Well,
it's quite
This is
impressive.
slander.
Unfortunately, maybe I should have. The chat is not behind Novo on this one. They've got a lot of people to convince. Hopefully they can do it here. Maybe at least keeping it close. Let's get the next best of 7 on
Novo.
the roll. Let's head down to the field. Ninjas in Pyjamas facing down Novo. They both have the second life. Still alive here, but why not get the dub right now? Let's get into it.
So we've had a pretty fast day so far. Will that continue? Definitely. Looks like it could on paper, but this new Novo squad are trying to play upset and finish off their online season the way that they started it. CJ, game 1 brought to you by Progressive, brought to all of us by Progressive. Kicks off now.
Yeah, this is an important one, I think, for Ninjas in Pyjamas as well. I mentioned it yesterday in the Friday broadcast. I feel like they're an underrated team, and even if they were to maybe sneak a win here in Open 6, they're still a team that you're not expecting to be a contender in Paris. They're kind of a team that you kind of expect a top 6, maybe a top 4 ceiling. So I'm looking for the eye test, the gameplay. How are they looking? Can they stand up against the best in the world?
They have been extremely consistent throughout the group stages, Swiss stages, and indeed Saturdays. This is where NIP thrive. The comment that comes to mind really is Eversax has said that this team plays so fast they're not going to struggle with any team ranked below them. So it's all about speed in his mind. That's what NIP have been focusing on. Novo, on the other hand, I mean, have they found a combination? Obviously, they're just making a run here for this event and then probably last chance qual. Is this now a team that we seriously need to be looking at as one of the favorites in LCQ? Potentially. Oh, they're up against it here, but they do get out for now.
Yeah, or is it just that kind of honeymoon period with all the other teams above them under pressure, still fighting for the Paris spot or seeding in Paris with the groups just announced? Make sure you guys check those out as well. But yeah, the previous matchup, only one so far. It was a pretty clean 4-1 for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. I'm expecting similar here. The desk is expecting similar, but yeah, we just don't know how good this I'd say, new Novo team will be in brackets, with Nico making started on this team, left, and now he's back.
Yeah, they made a very interesting swap there. I mean, I don't think I've seen that before. A player leaving a team at the start of the split, then joining before the split's over again and saying, you know, stuff the points. We don't need them. We're seeing more teams do that in Europe and NA this season. Usually a emerging region thing to do with less spots available for the major. But even in Europe, where there are 5, we see Novo giving that a go. So far, they're going toe-to-toe with NIP, who are heavy favorites in this match.
Well, if you're not in contention for the major or Worlds with points, hang on a minute. Yeah, just form a new team and see what happens. See if you can secure $18,000 or $21,000 for a first place and perhaps some momentum for the LCQ. What a start, what a bump as well near post.
Yeah, huge play there by Nico, but it was actually Jarius just completely missing in the back corner. He just drove past the ball while trying to take it with him. That left CRR on an island in a 1v2. A really weird play there by Jarius. He must have thought the ball was on the wall, which it clearly wasn't, as he just drove straight by.
Good start here. Novo, first goal of the series. There's a nice dunk from CRRs. They're looking pretty comfortable in the little pre-game. I could see LBP behind them looking very relaxed, happy with their Paris spot being locked in. Seeding still to be found out throughout the rest of the weekend, but great start for Novo. Jorius, can he find the first goal on the board? It's a nice catch with the reset as well. Beautiful save from Nico. The new addition to this team. More pressure from Ninjas in Pyjamas. We know their offense is crazy. That was a terrible misplay there from Geok, but he got out of trouble.
Yeah, as NIP almost equalized too. No, actually, CJ, how long has LBP been in Europe? How long has he been over there? Because obviously he came all the way from Australia to boot camp with the boys. Has it been a month?
All split. All split. Yeah, he's been over there. He's been absolutely chilling for a couple of weeks. Might or not, maybe not the first event. Post Easter. But as Duck Millie finds the back of the net. But
nothing but. Is that Sweden, right? They're in Sweden there at the moment.
Well, I believe so, but the rest of the office has been cleared out. If we're to believe the news and headlines,
they're the only ones there
by themselves. I'm not too sure. I'd have to get confirmation, but obviously somewhere in Europe at the moment. The boot camp buff seems to be working out for them. They're really a super consistent team, and probably most importantly in this format as well, Johnny, is they're consistent on Fridays and Saturdays. They give themselves the best chance for a kind of a top 6 at least.
Yeah, that being said, they are trailing, and we only have a minute and a little bit more to go. That's a nice play by CRR to cut off the first man, but that's all he's going to get as Jorius misses, this time running out of boost. But wait a minute, the counterattack's there. Actually runs away from Oli. End-to-end stuff here. That's going to favor the team trying to make the comeback.
Yeah, it's been a nice 4 minutes with the first goal on the board for Novo. You can see CRR just creeping a touch. Haven't seen quite the explosive demos from this guy just yet. Still heating up into the series. Novo in form, 45 seconds on the clock. Jorius tries to work it around one. Oli, can he find the shot? Oh, man, it's off the post.
Wow.
Is there a follow-up? It's just Jorius. Where on earth is CRR is a question I want to ask. He's caught himself under the ball midfield. Really got 35 seconds. Time is running out.
Yeah, I really think Oli should have scored there. It looked like he had a free shot to the bottom corner, but he's missed it pretty badly off the post. Time's really getting away from them now. Oh, team bump, but it works out wonderfully for Novo. Nico getting pushed into the play, and he almost double taps. It's going to be a goal, surely. No, Geok, is it too slow?
What a save from Oli. Now there's a chance for Ninjas in Pyjamas. It's a pre-jump play. It's Oli for the finisher. Rezi too quick. Only 5 seconds on the clock. Everyone went for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Novo, they've got other ideas early. 2 seconds now. One last play. Can they keep it up? Jorius, Nico pre-jumping. He finds the touch. Oli backed off. Doesn't keep it up. The underdogs 1-0.
Wow, and what a weird game as well, as for the most part, NIP had offense, but it was sort of fake offense a lot of the time. They're putting shots on, but none of them really matter. Then they get some clear-cut chances at the end of the game, and they don't take any of them. So a weird game there for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They've had double the shots and nothing to show for it. Novo 1-0 from a Jorius whiff in defense. And that was all they needed to win game 1.
Yeah, I'm not feeling... Obviously, you're happy if you know you're taking that game 1, but I don't think you want to be too confident with the manner in which you did win. It felt like the damn wall was going to break at any moment, but Ninja Pyjamas didn't take their chances. Novo did. It was a beautiful team play, and that just puts pressure on. There's no better pressure, Johnny, than scoreboard pressure, and you could see those shots just looked a little bit harder, given the fact they were 1-0 down.
And it could have been 2 there. I think it maybe should have been 2. Geok hit a really slow shot there, maybe not expecting the recovery, but they didn't need it. They already won the game anyway, so it's fine. I guess at the time it wasn't already won, so it would have been nice. But they are leading 1-0. The underdogs actually have the lead for the first time today, and it's an undefeated Novo who have the lead. They've not lost a series so far in the main event, winning out in the... I think the bracket that could have been. We didn't get to see GK play Man City. We saw Novo play both of them, beat both of them, and then looking to add NIP to that collection.
See if they can take another huge scalp here, and really it'll be not the best result for Ninjas in Pyjamas moving into Paris. You want to really be coming in with as much form as possible in the biggest event we've ever had in Rocket League Esports. Novo just looking for a bit of fun, looking for a bit of, I guess, a taste of what they could expect, what they could find in the LCQ if they could be that 6th spot for Europe. Jorius, the bumps coming through. CRR trying to get to work. He was a little bit quieter though, Johnny. We often see CRR as that super aggressive first man. There was a couple of times where he just wasn't in the right position, or he's a little bit slow to get in the play.
Well, Nico there just dodging a bump. I don't know if he even knew about it, but could have been a disaster there for Novo. NIP getting physical, but remaining scoreless. Chance here to make it 1, but that flashes across and does get saved. triple commit in defense, but it doesn't really matter as long as the ball's going clear. Yeah, NIP are still without a goal in over 6 minutes of gameplay. There's, yeah, now indeed is over 6 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, I don't know if they're just overthinking the offense, but they're trying to do a little bit too much at the moment. Here is CRR getting to work, looking for those bumps, stealing that corner boost could be huge. As you can see, there is 0 boost across the board for Novo. Geok with the clear is really effective, actually. It's nice and slow and gives time for his teammates to even just kick the ball in. I don't know how NIP haven't claimed it back finally through CRR. It's a nice fake as well to Jorius now. Reset, Duke pre-jumping. It's a low 50.
Oh.
He's looking to land on an Alpha 54, eat your heart out, but doesn't make contact.
They're very creative there by Jorius with the reset into the ground double attempt, but couldn't quite make it work. This is a very interesting performance so far from Novo. It's very different from what they did in the group stage. Group stage, they were pre-jumping, they were trying to win with offense against Man City and against GK. They did win with offense mainly, but now they're actually just defending. This is a totally different game plan against NIP. Maybe trying to catch NIP making a mistake and overextending like they did in game 1.
Yeah, it's tough to play offense against a team that only plays this way. Ninjas in Pyjamas finally break through. Took 7 minutes of Rocket League to get the first goal of the series. It's a beautiful infield pass that I think just completely caught Novo out. 2 men there, but not quick enough for CRR.
Yeah, both Giak and Rezi there turn towards the near post. They both had the same idea. Kickoff goal goes wide. Novo almost replying immediately. And will NIP continue to press? Will they keep looking to add goals? I expect they will, because that's really what this team does. And they do immediately add another goal, 2-0. And you wonder to yourself, why was it so hard before this? Now they're scoring at will.
Just a classic. Once the damn wall breaks, it just relaxes the team and they can kick into overdrive. Felt like it definitely was a game 1 warm-up. Similar situation though, twice as many shots or more than double for NIP, but it's tough to defend for 5 minutes every single game, Johnny, and not concede.
Yeah, just one mistake in defense. I mean, it's really why defense is not the preferred strategy for most Rocket League teams throughout history, is because you can't turn a car around on the spot. You need to drive in a wee circle. The offense having more space to work with tends to be easier. They've got more space here. But the 1v2 wasn't executed quickly enough. Another shot goes across the box and wide. Novo did have a decent opportunity there, but they weren't able to take it.
It's been unlucky with the post bounce. It came back inwards, and you can see they were setting up back post to try and slot it, but just a little bit out of position. So the ball didn't bounce in their favour. Jorius getting to work. Look at Oli sweeping through. This is the classic NIP playstyle. Sweeping across net. It's a big mistake. The double goes wide as well. I think CRR, well, thought he had it, and Oli thought he did as well, as he was looking for a bump. No contact made. Still 2-0, and this ball is just getting stuck in the blue half.
Yes, honestly, I mean, it's a clean performance by NIP standards, but that's not really what I want to see from them. I want to see the chaos. I want to see the relentless aggression. They'll obviously be very happy with the 2-0, but does this inspire you and make you think that this team can go on and win the regional? For me, I'm thinking no. I want to see more offense. I want to see more pressure from NIP if I'm going to believe that they can take down the big dogs as well.
And even further than that, you're looking for a play style that can match you with the top teams, with the world-class teams in Paris. Now they have qualified. And so far, it's just a question of how much they have improved off that Boston Major. They lost to Shopify Rebellion in that top 8 match. And had to reverse sweep the likes of Power in the group stage as well. So
yeah,
we need to see an improved performance if they are going to be a contender for the Major and Worlds.
Well, they said coming out of the successful first regional split. Oh, hold that thought. Rezi with a skip miss off the bar, nearly gets enough on it to score. What a shot that would have been. I was trying to remember NIP's statement of their own playstyle. They said they finally have a game plan after Regional 1 of the split, Regional 4 of the season. And now that game plan is starting to trickle off a little bit, perhaps, like they did in the first split of the season.
Yeah, it is looking solid, as you mentioned, as another shot comes through, and they are peppering the net now. That's their 9th of the game. 15 seconds left. This has been solid, though. It's been a nice bounce back from that 1-0 game 1 loss. They've finally been able to find the back of the net. As Novo have gone the opposite way. Could be a clean sheet coming up for the Ninjas in Pyjamas, as they'll be looking for the ground. Joris wants one more. just for good measure. Ball down, 1-1 tie series, but Ninjas in Pyjamas firmly in control.
And it's been, you know, an obvious mistake in game one from Jorius, opening the door for Novo, and then a bit more of an understandable mistake from Novo, giving NIP the opening goal in this game. We'll get to take another look at it in a second, but it's a sort of double half commit that resulted in Novo getting scored on, where two players simply turned towards the same position in defense, covered the same area, so not the most obvious double commit, but it is still a double commit that's cost them, leaving mid open and uncontended. But NIP still, I think, have other gears to go to. Let's look at what we're talking about. Giak and Resi there, both turn towards near post. Nobody's able to cover the mid pass. Both looking to challenge the ball. That's simple. That's all, you know, all they needed, all NIP needed. And afterwards, you know, just another very straightforward goal, but good physicality out of NIP on that one.
I think you're always going to make a couple of mistakes in defense, particularly when you have that much time sitting in net and having to, you know, defend the barrage of NIP. The question I have for Novo is where's the offense coming from? Who's going to be the guy to step up? Looking at that scoreboard, it was quiet all around. They're padding the stats with the saves through the likes of Nico, but Resi in particular, incredibly quiet, dropping a 102, barely cracking triple digits. I need to see some pass plays. They're not stealing any boost. They're not pushing downfield and looking for redirects, and that really just plays into Ninja's ballpark. They want to set up that offense. They want to keep you pinned in net and completely suffocate you.
Yeah, do Novo respect NIP a bit too much, maybe? I loved what I saw from Novo in the group stage. Thought they were fantastic against GK and against Man City as well. Those are two stacked teams. Well, GK on paper, Man City on the pitch as well. But Novo played better than this to beat those teams. They were definitely more dangerous in offense than we've seen so far in the playoffs.
Oh, there's a nice play, though. They just didn't quite get the touch. CRR just shapes up. This is what they do. They're not looking to back off, even when they're third man in trouble, 1v2. They're still going to keep looking to push forward. They're not reversing like Radosin was in that previous match. Complete different play style. It's off the post. It's a bit of chaos. Nico clears the ball. George is going to leave with 0 boost. Resi downfield. Pre-jumped by CRR. Caught with a pop reset as well. Over one. Anybody underneath? It was only for a moment, but he does get dusted. Nico misses the pass. Gio I like that play. Just kind of sticking around through the midfield, but there is no follow-up. And it looks like they've lost possession.
That's good stuff from CRR in the opening minute. Slowing the play down in offense. Huge pre-jump in defense to read the air dribble coming his way. But once again, although these are nice little plays coming out of NIP, they're not getting immediately rewarded. It's usually, when this team's on the pitch, at least from what I can see, you know, one moment where they get a small win and it's a goal straight away. That's how they're able to get opportunities and convert on them. Yeah, right now it's a bit more methodical. Maybe this is intentional. It is still fine in this matchup. I'm curious to see this slightly different approach from NIP.
And there's a shot on net. They're barely making these saves here, Novo. They can whip it across. Nice 50 coming through, but time and time again, it's a member through the midfield or a second man from NIP with boost, looking to attack once again. Nico gets the 50, and he's lost on purpose back to Jorius. Only does well in that instance. 50 comes through, Nico underneath. But they kind of just keep it. They're playing keep away, but it's only a temporary solution to a permanent problem right now, which is NIP's offense feeling pretty relentless.
Yeah, reminiscent of Karmine Corp against GHT, where Karmine Corp had all the shots. GHT were going minutes without even sniffing an opportunity. There's one for Novo. They've got a second shot on the board. That was a legitimate chance as well. I don't think it's as desperate as GHT were against KC, because GHT started to make some pretty big blunders. That's something Novo have not done, but they are still in trouble here. They're really being stretched thin as NIP once more come extremely close to scoring.
It's super obvious play style as well from NIP. The game plan is pretty much whoever's on the ball, play as slow as possible to allow time for that first man to get bumps, grab boost, look for redirects, and really just set up the offense. They want two people involved at all times. So the slower you can play the ball, the more time it gives your teammate to get involved. There's a huge beat through the middle. Can he follow on? It's a beautiful pass to Resi. I love it. It was awkward, but they manufactured brilliance.
That's a great pass. Nico off the post, but then look at that, just straight into Resi, who didn't have to move, just flips and it's in. And, you know, for all of us talking about NIP being the team in control, they're trailing is it's Novo who continue their impressive tournament.
It'll be a funny series where Novo just keep pitching some 1-0 games. You only need one good shot, one good opportunity, and then NIP might start faltering. The pressure, we saw it in game 1 when they were trailing. The shots just weren't quite as precise. With the pressure on of a 0-1 deficit. Nico throws it across. Geo's going to sit downfield. Jory's looking for the cut to CRR. He's grabbed the mid boost. He's looking for the solo play. There's the slow play to enable time for Oli to get a bump. Doesn't land it though. That means Novo, they're out.
Novo have not looked outpaced here. They're actually the ones now pressing for a second goal. Nico's puts on targets off the post though. Fakes out the rebound to bring Giak into the play. With just over a minute to go, they could have easily been up by 2 there. Clinical Novo, but now doing some defending as well. Now they've got 1 minute on the clock, still that 1 goal lead intact.
Giju gets the bump, but the flick is way too big. It was enormous off the bar. 50 seconds, still with a 1-0 lead. Here we go again. On ball, slow play, looking for the bump with the first man involved as well. Ninjas in Pyjamas. When it works, it looks fantastic. When it doesn't, they're susceptible to counterattacks. They've got 40 seconds left. Can they just find a little bit of brilliance? A little bit of expertise downfield. It's going to be the likes of CRR, but it's not quite working out for them.
Oh, it's nicely done. Nico into the corner wall. Rezi likewise trying to follow his own touch with the reset. Just over 20 seconds left. Nico in defense. More than matches the attack from NIP. They're standing strong here. They're not letting NIP bully them or even establish offense.
10 seconds. Remember how to drop their second game in Ninjas in Pyjamas. It was so dominant in game 2. Game 1 looked like it was theirs. Maybe we just need to put some respect on this defense. Novo, can they get the ball down? No time left. Rezi, huge challenge. Still has space on ball. Finds the deck. They're 1-0 merchants.
What is going on? This is not the same Novo we saw in the group stage. This is a more calculated Novo, a patient Novo, but it's a Novo that's giving real problems to NIP, who have called timeout here. 3 games in, timeout NIP. And remember that this is upper brackets and neither team's getting eliminated today, but the loser of this will play Karmine Corp tomorrow. And I assumed it would be Novo losing. I was wrong to underestimate them as much as I did. Clearly, I didn't think they'd get more than a game, but they've already got 2. We're only 3 games in. It's timeout NIP.
Yeah, that's telling as well. I think it's important to get a timeout, but it can give confidence to Novo. The fact that, well, we only just won, but it's enough for them to talk things through. Couple of clean sheets. It's 2 1-0 victories from Novo, Johnny Boy. Have we found the NRG of Europe over here?
That would be a surprise if the team who can most emulate NRG are Novo Esports with Nico back on the roster, points in the bin, but 1 deep run is all they need. Can they make it happen? I mean, it looks doable, partly because NIP look a bit flat. I mean, we were talking about it in game 2. They were winning 2-0, but it wasn't inspiring. It didn't inspire us to make us think, oh yeah, this is an NIP who can give KC another good series, maybe beat a Gentlemates, you know, beat Vitality. They have beaten Vitality. They've beaten KC this split, but I think they've looked way more dangerous than they have today in those matches where they're winning against those top teams. Not been particularly impressed with the offense NIP's generating. It's a lot of fake pressure, in my opinion, and a lot of lackluster offense. It's not really putting Novo under too much pressure.
Yeah, I think it doesn't look too great just because that guy on ball is always going for the slow play. Always that slow option. It's never those quick passes, ripping it across. It's just buying time for the bumps, for the demos. And if they're not landing that first man, if he's not being effective, sweeping the net, clearing out the defense, it just leads to nothing. And it just makes the guy on the ball pretty much look silly, having a 1v3. 3 members in net that are absolutely set up and ready to go. But Novo, they look like they're pretty happy with proceedings. You know what? You don't need to score more than 1 goal. As long as you have a clean sheet a couple of times and then you do it 2 more games now, they could send NIP to that lower bracket. We could see a Novo, a team that's not even in contention, in the top 4, just playing upset to everybody.
Well, let's see what's it going to be. Novo with the fake kickoff to start off the 4th game. Will they get an opportunity off the back of it? Rezi with a huge reset across the box. Does get cleared well by CRR. Actually double taps it down the line.
Rezi looks to pinch this one. Finds Duke, who's fine one more over the top with a bump as well. You can see CRR aware of the situation. cuts it out. As NIP off the timeout, what have they changed up? Will we see more pace with that first man on ball? Will they continue with the same strategy that has led to a couple of 1-0 losses? Here's Oli with a chance. He's missed the net. It's not even anywhere near it. At that point, is it a pass or is he just completely blundered the shot? It was questionable.
I'm pretty sure he tried to score that one. That looked like he was lining up to get that under the bar, and he's hit the bar. Now Rezi down the line. Oh, what flick by him. There will be a second defender for NIP. Who looked like out the first minute or so in this game. Oh, it's off the post. Where's the defense of that one? Shot for Jory is denied by Giok and gets up to the top corner. Well, out of nowhere, NIP almost opened the scoring, and I think they've upped the pace a little bit, CJ.
Yeah, that was 0 boost from Duke. That's incredible. He's done it again with a huge clear downfield with 0 in the tank once again. Rezi is reaching for this ball. They are not worried about the boost because they're pressing, looking for the shot. Jury's had to jump from underneath the attacker. Got the block on. That was looking like it was going top corner. NIP still in trouble. They are just not able to finish off their good work with the pressure. And Novo, the defense is, it's great to watch.
Yes, it's surviving at times. The tough times they've been equal to. Keeping NIP scoreless in 2 games so far. Can they do it again? First 2 minutes, looking good in that regard. But once more, it's the same story. It's NIP putting up shots, NIP putting pressure on their opponents. And I do think the pressures looked more deadly in this game than the ones before it. Looks like they're giving less time for Novo to react to what's coming at them.
Considering yesterday, every time we tuned into the NIP series, they were scoring 4 or 5 goals in each game. This is complete turnaround. Novo just have to give some respect to the play style. They have to play that defense, but you mentioned it before, even after their win from Ninjas in Pyjamas, it's pretty uninspiring offense. They're just still playing pretty slow. They're kind of all mosquitoes around the net without anyone doing anything on ball. Nico looks to work it forward, finds the 50, Rezi underneath. Nice catch from him. If he can get one more. In fact, it's a fantastic dunk. It's off the bar. Nico can't follow up the good work. They're keeping pressure on.
Surprising by Rezi there, really good touch, but another touch from Rezi. This one a back pass of sorts off 50-50. This is a surprising performance overall from Novo. They really are continuing to be the team to make the upsets happen in this tournament. Well, everybody else who had the chance to do so has fallen flat. Here comes Jarius, plenty boost available. Rezi can't say the same about him. Jarius has him on the back foot, but it's Nico scrambling back. No follow-up arrived in time for NIP.
And once again, it's a nice play. They just don't really finish it. It feels like you're watching, KC from a couple of seasons ago. It's the air dribble into the fake and then going for the bump. That's all they want to do. Slow play, slow play, slow play. Leads to a chance for Novo. They're 1-0 up again.
And where have we seen this before? Jarius with a miss, just like in game 1. Nico with the mid-pass right on Rezi's nose, just like game 3. And Rezi with the 1 goal. It's another 1-0. Can they get across the finish line with the clean sheet intact again?
NIP are in an absolute nightmare at the moment. It looks like they're stuck in mud, like they're swimming through water. There's another save from Rezi. How many times has he done it with 0 boost? He finds the bump on Jory. CRR looking to push, but he's got 0. It's just Oli has to get involved. But Novo, this is where they're the most comfortable. When they're 1-0 up, they can kill a minute 20 easily.
And this is frighteningly similar for NIP to that first split. Chance now. Oh, what a save by Rezi. How's he got on the end of that one?
0 boost again. How does he keep doing this? 0 boost, 0 boost, 0 boost. But it's a save. 1 minute left. Rezi, ball for Jarius, has to make up for that huge mistake off the sidewall as he finds the reset, but it's blocked by Nico. Oli getting involved. They're finding bumps. Have a look at them. Jarius and CRR, they've left the ball behind. 50 seconds left.
Yeah, they're really stretching thin here. They're trying to take necessary risks, at least necessary as far as they can tell. Jarius has been clean beat by Gia. Nico gonna try double tap mid. Oh, to score it! Who needs a mid pass? Oh, you can find the angle yourself.
They've broken the 1-0 curse, but it's been more of a blessing for Novo. There's the second, and they're 38 seconds away from triple match point.
Unreal. Novo have got NIP scratched in their heads. They don't know what to do. Double half flip kickoff, pretty safe for Novo to get to midfield there. It's open for Nico. He's actually got on the end of it, but tough angle. He's still in the boost in reverse there, away from NIP. It's going to be another game here. NIP can't get the offense going.
No timeout buffer, and honestly, they're playing the same way. It is just uninspiring. It's so slow to watch as well. They've got 3 guys now in field, but no one wants to take the ball. No one wants to play with any pace. They've saved it once again. It's Nico. It's a member of Novo with 0 boost on the goal line, getting the job done. And they, if this ball hits the ground right here, will have recorded their 3rd clean sheet against one of the most offensive, aggressive teams in Europe, if not the world. Just need to find the ground, and there we go.
Wow. Well, we didn't see this one coming. NIP trailing 3-1. That is strange enough. But like you mentioned, failing to score in 3 games that they've lost. I mean, this is really unusual.
Whilst having more shots in every game.
Yeah. They've had the chances, but when, earlier in the series we're criticizing them, saying that they're not really creating serious chances. There's a lot of empty pressure here, a lot of pretend territory, but that was real. They really did put some shots on net, and somehow Rezi's saving them all with no boost. He's just perfectly guessing where the ball's going to be. Giek got a top corner save with no boost as well. It's just unbelievable defense out of Novo. I mean, that one especially. I don't know how that's not got in.
They were just falling across the net, but in the perfect spot every single time. They're locked in, but the best part about this team is not just the defense. It's when they do get a chance, when they do get a crack, as they are pumped with the double. They're clinical. Whereas Ninjas in Pyjamas, a team that, is a top 4 team in Europe, have already locked in Paris, well, now we're looking at it.
This is like end point of old. They're getting up and they're walking around. They don't even have a timeout here. They're just standing up between games to try to get some blood flowing. Because NIP have to up the tempo here. They need to put Novo under pressure. We kind of saw glimpses of it in that game. I think if they can do that again, they're going to get goals. That's a game that they've lost, and they can say, hey, you know what? Let's just do that again, and the goals are going to come. Because these saves are outrageous. They're not going to do that every game.
They've lost 3 of those games, though. That's the problem. And they might lose 1 more in the exact same fashion. That's a classic LBP strat as well. Everyone just get up, shake it off, and it's a new day. Hop back on the PC, and it's a physical reset as much as a mental reset. Yeah. So we'll see if it pays off for NIP, because it is, honestly, mentioned before, it is like they're in a nightmare right now. They're trying to punch underwater, and it's just not quite working for them.
Yeah, they're struggling, but let's see. I mean, they have got the ability to reset. These guys know what it's like to be up against it. They're very experienced players. What a terrible time to be having your worst result of the season, though. Final regional of the split, final regional of the year. Not facing elimination just yet, but would have liked to avoid KC just a little bit longer than quarterfinals. Oh, that's a chance. Oh, good save. Oh, they just got to that first.
It's a testament to their consistency that this would be their worst result at top 8, but we're still expecting a lot more from them. There's the nice cut coming across from Giuk as Nico looks to attack first with boost. He actually does really well. He committed to not going ball and just finding the man. Gets rid of Jorius. Relieves a bit of pressure. Rezi doesn't quite land that 50. Sarah with a pinch. He's lost possession. Once again, it's a hit and run strategy. It's the slow play on ball from Ninjas in Pyjamas, but it's getting read time and time again from Team Novo. Sarah finds the block, Nico underneath. Just the pop to put pressure on, and they can reset.
And Nico has been the main generator of offense for this team. 2 mid passes to Rezi and 1 double tap of his own to seal the last game. He's been the guy to bring the offense to life in those big moments. Can be a mechanical player. We know he's got a ton of potential as well. In his return to Novo, he was a big proponent of their success early on in the season as well. They're going to need him in this game to close it out.
And reminder to everyone, this isn't an elimination game, but when you're looking at a team that is a top 4 contender, a team that's heading to Paris wanting to win the entire major and look towards the World Championships, you can't be losing to a team doesn't even have any points, Johnny. It's a pickup team, pretty much. So this result would be devastating for NIP. They would still be alive in that top 6 match, but still a long way to go right here. Novo looking at a top 4. They need to find some magic once again. Giuk making the save. Needs to try and get this out of net, but sometimes they do look comfortable when they are pinned like this, particularly when they are low boost. They're honestly the opposite of what you would expect from a team, but there's a misread. Giuk can't make the save. He's still got a fingernail on it, but it's NIP 1-0.
Oh, well, if that didn't go in, I think NIP would have been fuming because GX missed it initially, but then does really well to play back towards it, nearly blocking the rebound. But NIP have got the lead, and when they have scored, they've won. In the one game they've scored, apart from this one, in this series.
2 minutes now for Novo. I'd love to close this series before Ninjas in Pyjamas get any momentum. It just doesn't feel like they're playing anywhere near their potential, or at least that finishing ability from NIP just hasn't been there for the whole series. But they found the lead in under 2 minutes. Nice demo from Nico. Opens it up for Rezi, who does find the 50. Nico as well has the free shot. They've got the goal. They've got the 1-1.
Well, it's Nico to Rezi for the past 2 games. Now it's Rezi to Nico. Just dunks the ball mid, and it's honestly careless from Jarius.
Why is he diving?
He's playing that straight into... Yeah, it's CRR, sorry. He's played it straight into Rezi there. I don't know why he's popped that up.
It's all he has to do is kind of just shadow that into the corner, work it up the wall, and he's got enough time for Oli to get back, but he's just thrown himself not comfortable in the position, and perhaps a bit of frustration coming through, but it's not really acceptable there, considering it didn't need to be a challenge at all. It wasn't threatening at the time. There's a pop-up from Jores. NIP will want to get one back pretty quickly just for the mental, and this could be right here. What is that shot?
What? How has that gone so far wide? I mean, obviously, Oli didn't think that it was going to be a clean width in defense, but he had time. And at the other end, Nico scoring. Well, NIP have absolutely thrown this one away. Novo say thank you very much. Giok double tap mid, Nico with a finish, showing him how it's done.
Absolutely speechless. That was one of... I don't think that registered as a shot, and he was about a meter out. He's hit that into a different postcode. NIP, have they thrown? This is another chance. Nice save from Jorius. They've got 1 minute to show us something. Well, Sunday is going to be, well, hopefully a completely different Ninjas in Pyjamas, because this is not doing any good for the confidence.
Yeah, that was shambolic. I mean, I didn't see Oli POV on that, but you have to think he had a shot at part of the goal there. More than what you got. But yeah, he was obviously surprised by the fact that the defense missed. But really, what's the point of being there if you're not going to read the miss? That's the whole purpose in that position. NIP pressing late, 30 seconds to go, still trailing. Not by 1-0 this time. Another shot gets saved by Rezi, a low boost Rezi, but that doesn't seem to be a problem for Novo this series.
20 seconds now, and have a look at Rezi off the roof. It's 3-1 Novo, and it's about to be 4-1 in the series.
What a goal from Rezi. Jory is forced up in the air by Nico bumping him, and Rezi easily slots it past him. The challenge in midfield missed by a mile, and that has been the story of NIP's defense. They've just been leaking goals every game that they've lost, and they might have just lost this one. I think time's got away from them.
I mean, you asked the question of how long Ninjas in Pyjamas have been boot camping. The real question is how quickly they'll be getting out of there after this match. My goodness, they still are alive, but Novo, a team that has fought for the LCQ for a little bit of prize money for a warm-up for the final event for the 6th EU spot, have locked in a top 4 in Europe in one of the most competitive events all year.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what, it's time that we start talking about their chance to make Paris, because Man City are on 18 points, if I remember correctly. You get 18 points if you win an event. So these guys, they do have a chance, and they're really now quite close. We didn't really think of them as yeah, they've already got the one, don't they, as well? I don't know, they lost their one. But yeah, you get 18 if you win. Man City are on 18. Corp, you know, could lose out here, and then it would be Novo stealing it away. So, I mean, there's actually a world where that happens, but let's save it for now. They do still have to win 2 more matches, which is insane. But NIP, wow, they've got a lot to work on. Insane defense out of Novo at times. Very impressive, clinical finishing at the other end. But NIP have absolutely thrown away a couple games here with defensive blunders and misses in offense.
They've outshot them in nearly every game. I'm not sure if that was just a nightmare. Do you even review that? It was one of the strangest series I've ever seen, but we have to be talking more about Novo. That was beautiful. We got one more series coming up after this break. Gentlemates Vitality. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be.
It was supposed to be a quick series, and that it was, but not the way it went. Novo surprising absolutely everyone, and maybe even themselves here, shutting down Ninjas in Pyjamas. Ninjas in Pyjamas will have to try again against Corp later, and to talk about the surprising win here, Juk is joining me. My man, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here. Thanks for the interview, and yeah, thank you again.
Yeah, because it means you won. I mean, for you guys, did that catch you off guard as well? I mean, maybe especially how quickly you guys shut down Ninjas in Pyjamas?
Yes, especially that like individually we were like not pretty good, to be fair. Like we all felt it, but as a team we like succeed to lock in and play our play style, and it worked. So we were a bit surprised to end it on a 4-1. But I guess we take it, you know. I guess we take it.
Yeah. No, you don't question it. You're not dreaming. This is real. You did that. For you guys, obviously, this roster seems to be good now. I mean, you know, Rezi joining in, Nico joining back onto the squad. What made you guys realize Nico needed to be back on this roster?
To be fair, Nico got kicked, so it wasn't. It wasn't a choice that we made before, you know. Like normally we should have play the last open with Acronic. So Nico got kicked. They took Acronic. Thanks for Magnifico to kick Nico. I guess now we made a top 4 with him. So thank you, Magnifico. And yeah, Nico was the best option at this point. And yeah, like we took him. We did 1 week chill. We qualified for the main event really hardly, really hardly, because we didn't practice much, and it was a wake-up call, you know, that we almost got eliminated. And the Monday after, I did a trial, because we have no coach, by the way. I don't know if it was one of your questions, but I can already say it. We have no coach. So Monday, just after the qualification for main event, I did like 3 hours of replay analysis solo, like by myself. Yeah, I did the coach role, you know, and so I made some resume of playstyle, and they say choose one, and they fully trust me on that, and I give so much credit to them, you know, trusting me on that while I'm just a rookie and following my instruction, I'm gonna say, and like trusting me is like fully credit to them. Like I'm really proud of them, and thank you very much for the trust. And yeah, it just worked.
Yeah, that's I mean, you're gonna don't burn yourself out. That's a lot of work you're putting on your plate here, but you know, it seems to be the story here of players trusting. I mean, Cooks here was saying before too, for GHT, that it was nice that they trusted him, and look where GHT got. You know, they were able to push to top 8. So it seems to be trust is a big factor here for a lot of squads. Now, I want to know for your guys' journey here. You still have a ways to go, but everything is in your control. You guys, to get to Paris, have to just win the Open. That's all you have to do. Just win.
Yeah, like I think it's like I know for Nico is like getting 1 series at a time. It's really good for a person like him who's like trying to take time and stuff with Ben. But I know I'm already looking forward to show that we can win that regional and maybe win the tiebreaker after. You know, I know this is in my like back of my head. You know, the major thing, and yeah, like I'm focused. Still not over. You know, still not over.
That's great. One more thing here, just in case this happens, you know, with Corp coming up behind you guys on the same side of the bracket, they'll face either Gentlemates or Team Vitality. Redosin, in my interview with him, said that he wanted to play you guys. I didn't know if it was a joke because he didn't realize what side of the bracket you're on or whatever, but maybe he's just a psychic and he knew you guys would win and he'll make it through. Do you think their chances are good against either Gentlemates or Team Vitality? Is it fate that you guys will just face in the semifinals?
I think like everyone in 2026, everyone got a chance to win everyone. Like obviously there's some top teams, Karmine, Corp, Vitality, Gentlemate, but everyone can win everyone. We just prove it right now. GHT proved it against One City. We proved it yesterday too. Corp proved it against Vitality 2 weeks ago. So yeah, I really do think everyone can win everyone. Corp can win Gentlemate or Vitality. It depends on the lose, of course. And I do think they can win us like we can win them, you know? It's really gonna depend of how the quarter goes, but yeah.
It sounds like you're saying that this is the most competitive Europe has ever been.
Yes and no. I do think like the level is like not grinding, you know? Like we reach a point when the consistent is the most important part, you know? Like you can't find new mechanics with like be competitive in Rlcs. You can't find you can find playstyle, but yeah, like in terms of individual plays, you can't find like new stuff. It's hard at least. So I do think like if the bubbles and the low team try to keep up, at one point like us this regional 6, we can, you know, challenge top teams sometimes, maybe always. We'll see, but yeah.
Hey man, well, whatever you guys are doing, just keep on doing it because consistency is going to matter in the rest of the tournament. One more time, congratulations on that win. That's huge and good luck.
Thanks a lot. Thank you a lot. Bye bye. Thank you.
Love it, man. The attitude and the vibes must be immaculate with this squad right now. I mean, again, they say Juk said anyone can beat anyone, but at the same time, he's still a little bit surprised that maybe that it was that well done for them, guys. Because I think none of us. I think it was like 14% for chat.
Yeah, I don't think anyone believed in that. It was just a strange series overall. I mean, I don't know what NIP were trying to do. It just looked like they were in slow motion the whole game, and then quickly the series got away from them, JB, and they're in big trouble.
Yeah, I think they've got some pretty big problems here. There were some crazy saves, particularly in Game 4 from Novo, and Nico just absolutely peaked there. Great finish to make it 2-0. But the goals did have some NIP blunders attached to them. We had Joria's missing in Game 1. We had CRR just getting dunked on there for really no reason in the last game. And then when you add that to Nico scoring a good goal in Game 4, Rezi scoring a good goal in Game 5, and all the defensive stops, yeah, you've got a 4-1 to the underdog. So I think NIP need to really step it up here. They could be in a bit of trouble. Yeah, well, we need to start talking about this now, because when we're looking at the bracket, I think it's playing out a little bit differently than most people probably. If you're doing a prediction before this, I would imagine things would not look how they're looking now, and that's great because it keeps all of these storylines alive, Johnny, when it comes to the possibilities for who's grabbing that last spot in Europe. Yeah, and Man City, who looked so comfortable, even being eliminated, it still looked like they were safe. They're looking a lot less safe now. Corp are just the one win away from tying them on points with the potential to go past them. And Novo can tie Man City as well if they win the entire event. Worst thing, of course, for Man City is the fact that Corp and Novo are on the same side of the bracket. So if Corp win against Novo, Man City specifically need Novo to beat Corp and then lose the final to avoid tie breaking with them. So.
It's quickly getting pretty scary though for Man City, isn't it? That Friday loss, the Game 5 loss, they've opened the door for Novo and they've really created a bit of a snowball effect. They're in the top 4 and there's a couple of teams now with a chance to leave.
Yeah, I am curious now with the way the bracket's playing out, with Novo being where they are and Radosin calling that out again. I thought he just thought maybe they were going to drop to his side of the bracket, but I feel like Radosin is there. There's something here, CJ. I think he knows the way this is going to play out. He knows what's going to happen here.
Yeah, he seems like he's orchestrating this whole shebang. So I think he's got something cooking up for he's got the CEO hat on. He's trying to get picked up by PSG by the sounds of it. He's got the jerseys, he's got Dembele mascots everywhere. So we'll see how they go tomorrow. It just makes incredibly exciting.
Well, we have to find their opponent though, and that means we got to play our last matchup here. One more best of 7 on Saturday for the playoffs, the last regional of the year. and it's going to be Gentlemates versus Team Vitality in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Both of these squads, the big dogs in the European region here. Juk was saying anyone could beat anyone. These two teams, though, are probably going to try to make a statement that's different than that, Johnny. Gentlemates being the strongest in the region right now.
Yeah, this is where Vitality can bounce back. They obviously got eliminated last event by Corp in a huge surprise matchup there. Gold star for Oski there. Interesting placement. I love it. But can Vitality regain? Can they bounce back? They've been very consistent throughout most of the split, but they do have that one big blemish on their record. They've got a smaller one as well, losing to NIP in the group stage. But they'll be looking to establish themselves firmly at the top tier alongside the mates who right now seem like they're in a league of their own.
Yeah, there's a little question here whether Vitality are more comfortable against the Gentlemates than a Corp based on what we saw last event. Is that the fear factor in them, Leaf, not wanting to go down into that lower bracket?
I was actually taking a note, and I.
Oh, okay, cool. No, actually, don't worry. Johnny, I think it's fine. Me and you. Yeah. We'll take things from here. All good. Vitality, they need to bounce back, Johnny. That was embarrassing. Obviously, Corp are a great team, but I just think if you're a player on Vitality, you got the organizational backing, you're there in the facility, in the office, you can't lose to the old boys club that are just vibing out in Corp. So I think they'll be looking for revenge in a big way this time.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't listening either. I was just looking at Leafs notes. So,
okay, so I'll just take things from here, guys. Just me and you, chat. Just me and you. Does anyone think that I'm speaking any nonsense, or do I have any truth in my? No, all good.
No, I think jokes aside,
through the Progressive fan bell. Let them know that one.
How about you guys get hashtag mate, hashtag VIT?
I think it's gonna be mates. I think they are a different level at the moment. They've been farming KC, Vitality. They did win Regional 1 of this split. Well, they won Regional 4 of the season, but they dodged KC and Gentlemates to do it. They dodged their main competition. And they smashed NIP in the final. But I think that this is where we're going to find out that Vitality are not quite at the top level alongside the mates.
Yeah. Did you want yours to go last? Yeah, you got a smirk on your face. You want to go last?
I'm just seeing a lot of people in chat saying they're not listening to a thing I've been saying for the entire broadcast. So I just feel there's no point in me being here. You can throw up Gentlemates under my name. I think they'll get the job done. I want to see Vitality Corp rematch.
Yes.
Yeah, I may not be listening to you, but I'm listening to Johnny. I'm listening to these predictions, and I'm also on Gentlemates. I mean, I think Vitality, I would not be surprised if Vitality wins this at all. But at the same time, Gentlemates look like they've got that it factor right now. The vibes are good. Team Vitality's still looking wonderful across the board. And I think, honestly, chat nailed the prediction. I think that's exactly where my heart's going right now. So we find out if it's actually going to turn out this way, or if we look like fools again, Team Vitality takes it. Let's get to our last best of 7 here on Open number 6 Saturday playoffs. It's Gentlemates facing down at Team Vitality, the big dogs of Europe, trying to show us what they got. Let's get into it and have some fun.
It's not just one big dog of Europe here. There are 2 dogs barking in the pound. 1-1 across the season so far. Gentlemates winning on land, Vitality online. This is to go ahead in the 1-on-1. Game 1 is brought to you by Progressive.
As well as their direct head-to-head, they've also won 1 Open each so far this split. Vitality winning Open number 4, and then Gentlemates last time around turning down a horror performance in Open 4 for themselves to win it. So, Stumpy, this is like the real battle of the current, as you say, EU big dogs. Who's going to be on top in up to 7 games' time?
I mean, it's the immediate pressure coming in from Gentlemates. It was a great bump from Zen. Means that Oski can't get a nice shot on target.
Ooh.
But it really is going to be, can we see one of these top teams perform to their absolute best ability? Karmine Corp has already come out in the top 3. They have made sure that they are the guys. They have been there already. Today, they've 4-1 their series. This one a little bit harder because one of them will need to fall. Winner will be going through into the semi-finals playing against the winner of NIP versus Karmine Corp. So we could have, potentially, the top 3 up against each other at some point this event. I've personally got Gentlemates as my number 1 at the moment in Europe. Would you agree, disagree? What are your thoughts? And chat, get involved.
Yeah, I think after their performance against Karmine Corp yesterday, Gentlemates reaffirmed themselves as EU number 1. Team Vitality coming off that shocker, that horrible result they had against Corp. a couple of weeks ago. But this is the sort of matchup where we can have that change. You know, nothing will depend on one best of 7, but certainly both teams are going to be trying to make a statement here, trying to really say that they are the current kings of EU. EU, the region which currently holds the crown as well worldwide. So what's on the line here? Seeding-wise, nothing will be decided until tomorrow between EU seeds 1 to 5, but my goodness, Stumpy, you want to go forward in that upper bracket. A huge demo comes in from Exotic, almost leads to a goal.
Yeah, it's going to just basically come down to what happens on Championship Sunday of the final open of the season as well, so it's very exciting. I love when regions come down to the final day. It makes it so much more hectic. Every team playing to just continue in these multiple tournaments that we've got going, but double demo between Stizzy and Archie is going to make it a brief 2v2. Scheme dribbles it round Stizzy. Up high again, it's the 1, it's the 2, it's the Nas, but they've managed to get caught out and flies to the midfield. And Archie, what a stellar performance we have seen him have in Europe and internationally as well. He has been so frequently for Gentlemate.
Yeah, I was going to say, when they did beat Karmine Corp yesterday, it was Archie that was their best player in many of the games. He was getting so many goals, he was being ignored, quite respected enough by KC because we know his mechanics have improved and his finishing has been tip-top now since pretty much we entered the open era of the Rlcs. So have to keep a close eye on him as Nas goes into the center. I think he's trying to set himself up. He is. He beats Zen to the ball. Exotic once again the last man back. And Exotic is having to do a lot of work right now for Team Vitality, but he's getting those all-important key touches.
Keep an eye on the off-ball play as well from Vitality. We've already seen that bump from Zen onto Oski that stopped an immediate 1-0 for Gentlemates. We then saw, I believe it was Stizzy that went up for a pre-jump on Nas. He then just floats in the path that Nas wants to take the ball. Didn't get the bump, didn't get the ball, but he was in the perfect position to make sure that Nas couldn't get to that ball nice and quickly either. It slows him down. The off-ball play from Vitality looking like it could be a big deciding factor in this series.
Well, they have to get onto the ball as soon as possible because Oski has control of it as it falls towards Nas. And all too often, as far as Vitality are concerned, we're seeing Gentlemates be able to bring this ball forwards. See Vitality having to rely on some stellar defending so far. There's currently 3 shots of Vitality and 4 for Gentlemates, so statistically it's close, but the ball has been spending a lot of time in the orange half for now, but Vitality do have it forwards, being able to begin to set up camp in the Gentlemates half until Archie gets that all-important touch and makes Vitality reset.
Nice boost still from Archie as well. And that means Vitality are going to be somewhat low on boost. That one past central, but Oski sitting remarkably deep in a different postcode to his teammates. It does open the door somewhat for Vitality. Still at the flip, he's going to be going below Nas until Nas reads it. Ends up going just in the way. Exotic removes Oski. That's central. Archie low on boost, gets a good clear.
Yeah, nice effort there from Stizzy. We saw a goal like that in the last series where they had control of the ball and managed to get that angle on target. It can happen. The Gentlemates were comfortable enough that Stizzy couldn't score, but it does lead to this sustained pressure. Nas is going up. He can only get it onto his own backboard. Exotic is there, but Archie, again, a huge win. These are the 2 players, to me, that seem to be dictating the play. Archie for Gentlemates and Exotic for Vitality.
Oski wants to be sending it straight towards Nas, then to the backboard. And it's been remarkably stalwart from both teams so far. Decent number of saves, 3 and 4, then decent number of shots, 5 and 4. So it has been defensive and offensive, essentially in equal measure so far in game 1. But a great bump that leaves Nas actually having to just while he gets back in time. Manages to wriggle his way away from Exotic. Stizzy up nice and quick. Can't get the second himself. The angle was great in the shot. The second one from Exotic isn't quite on target. Final 10, the ball alleviated back towards the mates.
Here comes Oski trying to prod it past the Vitality defense. Nas is coming in. The ball's going to roll forwards. Who's going to be next to get that touch? Here's Nas, still bundling his way forwards. Archie's there. He gets control of this ball, tries to tee up to a teammate. Zen and Exotic combine to get it as far forward as possible. And in this tight battle at the top of EU, game 1 goes to overtime.
I mean, in the first event of this entire season, this game went to 7. The matchup went to all 7 games in the best of, and 5 of those games had overtimes. These teams have a precedent of playing right to the wire.
It's a decent start here for Gentlemates. So Vitality now have control of the ball. Nas can't get anywhere near that one. Archie can only send it high as well. It looked for a second like Exotic would be waiting exactly for that touch, but it was solid enough, so Oski was able to do something with it. Vitality have begun to wrestle control here until Nas has it all for himself. He goes to the ceiling, gets that second touch as well. He can't do anything with it, and it is Archie, Gentlemate's current Danger Man that takes the win.
I mean, how often do we see Nas at the major go from that left wall in particular straight to the ceiling? You will remember game 1 of that grand final in Boston where he takes it high and then sends 2 Vitality defenders straight to the shops. They will have had flashbacks of that moment, I'm sure, thinking, boys, let's just not get faked again. And then Archie, right place, right time himself, Mr. Messi of the team, manages to get the first and only goal in this series and gives Gentlemates game number 1.
And it was very close, but Oski's got a nice little star sticker below his eye. That was very nice, as they are all adorned in pink. It is cute, isn't it? Get in, having fun. That's nice to see. And it is 1-0 to his team right now. Archie, the MVP, but quite close across the board score-wise. Only 398 points for Archie. It was a tense game 1 with not too much goal-mouth action.
I mean, every single stat near enough is identical across this game. The only one that matters being that 1 goal that was scored in favour of the Gentlemates. 7 shots apiece. 5 saves for Vitality. 4 for Gentlemates. The boost is within 100 of each other. Boost lost is within 100. Their average boost is within 2 of each other throughout this entire game. Their speed is identical. These 2 teams are the titans of Europe in every single aspect. And that's why it goes to overtime so frequently in this pairing.
Are you sure that they turn the stats on right there and you're not just looking at the defaults? Because that is crazy close.
Yeah, everything's 0, yeah.
Mirroring each other. Yeah, exactly, as you'd expect. Wait a minute. There's 0 again going into this game. That's crazy. But it is 1-0 Gentlemates. Team Vitality, I don't think they have to change anything going into game 2. Just go again.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, as ever, I think when you get to the absolute echelon of any given region, it will be a case of there's not that much to change, just sometimes you will lose the game, which is maybe a little bit reductive of me, and maybe coaches will hate me for saying that, but I didn't see any error from Vitality in that game whatsoever. They just couldn't necessarily finish it off when they needed to. Nas went for the bump and then the instant redirect. Didn't quite come off. Then that right back corner. Can't get too much play here, so Oscar will let him have that corner possession, makes him then flip. It becomes a little bit more awkward to recover from. Nas shoots it, or rather, Archie shoots it out and Nas gets a demo.
I was going to say, one thing that Vitality haven't really done very much so far in the previous game and so far in this one is get Zen on the ball. We saw an awful lot of moments in the last game where Nas, for example, had complete control of it, but Zen, he's been a bit of a passenger so far by his standards for Team Vitality, so they do need to get him the opportunity to be Vitality's danger man would be the one tweak I'd suggest, but that happens naturally across the course of a series, of course.
Oski high in the midfield, wants to get rid of this ball as soon as he can. Does beat 1, so Archie needs to dive in, try and help out his teammate. To the backboard, wraps around, but Exotic's there to clear. Both Nas and Oski commit. Nas then falls away from it. A reset from Oski. Bumped into it is Nas. It's Messi in the corner. Nas flips away from it. Zen saw it coming, but he was the only man on the pitch that did, and it's good for Vitality that he did.
Great reflexes there from Zen as well. It did seem that Archie was sniffing about for another freebie. Wasn't quite to be with Zen there, and yet again, Zen is camped on the goal line, getting bumped, taken out by Oski. Stizzy pushes it forward. It's Exotic and Stizzy making all the connections for Vitality, but now Zen does have boost. He goes to the ceiling. Oski in front of him. He goes underneath Oski. The cardinal sin committed there by the man with the star underneath his left eye.
Yeah, very well played there from Zen. Forces it to go low. Nas, a great reset, a fake out, but with every single Vitality player waiting on the goal line, if you're going to be trying to worm burner, that was not it. Oski wants to go high with it. Wants Stizzy to jump, has to lure Exotic in. Stizzy, though, remains stoic on that backboard. Great play. Oski remains control, but with no one really committing with him, the attack so far will lead to nothing. Vitality possess.
Yeah, Vitality sitting very deep in defense. They're not afraid to let Gentlemates have plenty of ball and plenty of territory.
Double.
High-risk systems. Zen should be able to get this one on, but he's made a mistake. And then Exotic didn't trust him. Zen does close it down, but the comms were not comfortable there from Vitality.
Zero trust play. Exotic dives in. Zen realizes no threat on that ball and that he does not need to dive on it. That's what Gentlemates want him to do. Exotic goes panic, 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 panic. Stations, press the button, press the red button, jump, jump, jump. Get in the way. All good from Exotic, and I do not love that.
I'm going to defend Exotic there. I think that Zen had misjudged that and was floating. At least Exotic thought so. I was thinking the same thing. You could hear it in my car. So we'll have to watch it back again to see if Exotic did the right thing. But either way, between them, it was not clean defending from Vitality.
But it's not led to a goal just yet. Oski on the reset. Sees Zen in there. Sees a great dive across as that second man. Gives Zen a lot bigger of a chance. Chance for a low 50 from Archie. Pops out perfectly towards Nas. Archie redirect, keeps possession. Nas central 1. The second caught by Zen. A corner boost stolen once more, and the boost is burning away from Vitality's reserves.
9 shots to 1 right now in favor of Gentlemates. They're having their second game go all their own way, but what they haven't done is make that ball explode. Ben's going to try and make it happen in the blue goals. Is he coming in? Won't beat Oski here. And Exotic's coming back as well. He's very flat-footed right now. Not much boost to play with either. So Sizzy has to stay behind this ball. Does enough, but Archie's coming in right now. Gentlemates, they've all got full boost. They're all coming forwards, and it is just a procession of Gentlemates attacks.
So awkward, but still, nothing has come in. Save 6 in favor of Vitality here, whereas Gentlemates have only been called into action, once. Nas, sidewall, skim attempt, chance for it, he gets it just wide of target, but no one from Vitality was back, and what a flash of brilliance that could have been.
Yeah, no one ready though. Great dunk from Exotic's going to bounce on the Archie, Stizzy is going to steal it!
Despite all the numbers, Vitality get goal number 1. A brilliant dunk from Exotic. Forces Archie into the worst position possible. And now under a minute remaining, all of the mates' pressure, no goals.
Yeah, the way the second game has gone though, this one is far from done. You wouldn't bet against Gentlemates being able to come back into it, especially with Archie on the ball. He flip resets it over 1. Stizzy was waiting deep. Vitality once again happy to let the ball go all the way towards their own goal before getting that touch.
A lovely bump from Exotic too, just playing out the back. Again, that off-ball play, just unsettling Gentlemates as often as he can. Really been great to see how much they do without any possession at all. They are down 55% to 45, so not much of a swing considering how much pressure has been in favour of the mates.
Stizzy gets the 50-50 there. 20 seconds left to hold out for Team Vitality. Oski's up, tries to flick it towards Archie. Archie just waiting for Stizzy's touch. He's got no boost, has to go for the pinch instead along the wall. Plenty of defenders were waiting, so that won't be too effective. That's in the middle. Archie coming in there. Wants to get this second touch. Isn't able to do it. More defending from Vitality. More double commits from Vitality. Stizzy has to get this touch. He does get this touch. 3 seconds left now. Will Gentlemates have one more opportunity?
Looks like they will. Right-hand wall. Nats to the ceiling. Stizzy jumps. Zen jumps. Stizzy makes contact. And the ball contacts the ground. Vitality level up the series. And in yet another close, tight 1-0 game.
Yeah, it is incredibly tight between these two teams right now. But this time, Team Vitality's game plan worked flawlessly. They defended so well. It was nervy at times. There were some hairy moments. There was that Zen Exotic moment that we do want to see again. But they got the goal, Stumpy, and that's all that matters.
Beep, beep, beep. Numbers update for anybody who cares and those also who don't. Gentlemates picked up 2,000 more boost than Vitality in that game. That's the equivalent of 20 more big boosts taken by Gentlemates. Wow. That is a huge difference. Normally it's within a few hundred in these teams. Bear in mind, game 1 was genuinely within 100 of each other. Vitality get the win, but they had 2,000 boost less across the entire game. That is an insane difference.
Yeah, it puts the whole thing into perspective. And Gentlemates as well, I mean, that is going to be a very frustrating game loss right there. They'll know they would have had opportunities. They won't be able to believe that they didn't get at least 1 goal to force overtime. But all they can do is take their minute, go straight back into game 3 and try again. I mean, Team Vitality's game plan worked so well there, but I do not trust it across a series.
It's all in. They have to make sure that they are committing as often and as frequently as they can. Both of these teams love to have that procession and the conveyor belt. Vitality, their defense this season has been remarkable. They are number 1 pretty much across the board, and they don't have many shots against them, but they love a bit of offense when they can have a chop at the bit.
Oh, she's got a little bit of boost to play with here. She'll be able to go for an edgeable bump. Onto the backboard it goes. Stizzy again, a key touch. And that is where Vitality have been so safe and secure so far this series. Even game 1 that they lost, those little touches, nipping in ahead of an opponent, using the last of your boost, pushing it to the side to safety. They played them very well. And there from Zen is yet another example. And Gentlemates, though, still putting on this squeeze.
And that's there. You can tell he was so eager to get going. He really wanted to get involved with the play. But with both teammates ahead of him and him on 20 boost, he made the right decision, faking slowly towards the ball until then he gets dunked a little bit later on. Buys his teammates time. Now he has boost, nearly gets the reset. That could have been devastating. Nas from the blind spot, just above target.
All Zen can do is watch. He had no boost. Oski realised that, took the gamble, went for it. 1-0 mates.
Stizzy had no idea that Nas is coming into attack. That then sends Vitality's cortisol spiking. 1-0 to Gentlemates, and it is a 1-2-3 play from the boys to get it going.
Which means Vitality will be tempted out of their own half for a little while, maybe from the kickoff. Zen goes underneath Archie! Brilliant from Zen, had no boost and didn't need any!
That's what you expect on these incredibly well-rehearsed kickoffs. Oski actually gets to the ball first, isn't able to make contact. Finally, Zen just has to use that forward momentum and go through the lateral play of Archie. Straight underneath, takes it low, levels it up.
Kickoff goes towards Exotic. Archie pumps it long. Zen waiting there in the corner. This is exactly what Gentlemates want from their kickoff. Zen up against Oski. Huge shot from Oski. Oh, nearly there. Exotic had to keep an eye on Nas. Couldn't quite do so. More attacks coming in from Gentlemates. Relentless pressure at the moment. It's going to go out wide towards Archie. How many clean touches are we seeing from Gentlemates players in the Vitality half?
I mean, this is the immediate passes too. They're sort of playing it slowly and then getting past one. The thing with Vitality, their defense, as I said, they are #1 in Europe across many of the numbers. They don't actually have many of these shots against them even. So Gentlemate's doing a great job of just having that amount of pressure. But you can tell why they play as this defensive team. They are so comfortable in their own back half.
Zen goes forward. Oski stops him at source, but Stizzy is there. Good follow-up there from Stizzy. He and Zen on the same wavelength. Exotic just to take a touch here and pick up a couple of boost pills. I think he had a Vitality player behind him that could have used that boost pill, so maybe not the best decision there, but between Vitality, all of them are fairly comfortable, so not the end of the world. Vitality have managed to steady a wave of Gentlemates pressure.
More possession in favour of the mates here. That pressure is all well and good, but you need to get a goal from it. You need to try and get that go ahead. One up high, Exotic. Decides not to jump, leaves Oski with a little bit of room. Finds Stizzy on the side wall, gets a lovely little dribble around, and Oski has been having those devastating, awkward touches, I think. When he's been coming off the wall, he will then just wrap in really nicely at such speed that the defender isn't quite ready for it. It's happened a couple of times so far.
Zen defending from the front. Team Vitality. Now how nervy and close this series is. As they continue to reaffirm their status as top of the EU. Lost it a little bit in the theoretical power rankings that we have, as Zen gets that 50-50 to the side. Stizzy's coming in. Oski half beats into the ball, but Stizzy gets something on it, a good chunk on it, which is going to make it difficult for Vitality. Exotic just wide to Stizzy, so not too much going on at the moment. I feel like both teams have fallen into a spell of feeling each other out for 30 seconds or so.
Nice dunk from Archie. Bump again from Nath, wanting the ball, but instead 2-foots the man out the sky. Cut from Archie again, but he gets demoed again. Now off-ball play from Vitality is shutting down Gentlemates very frequently. It's a lovely double touch though. Oski dusts two, and Nas can clean up.
Yeah, it's Nas that gets the goal, but it's all good work from Oski. Look at the pace from him there, landing with the wave dash, sending him forwards in front of the Vitality defense, and then Nas couldn't miss, just had to keep an eye on the ball and bundle it home.
And that was in a relative resurgence as well of Vitality ball possession. They were down at one point. They had 20% possession in this game about 30 seconds ago. They wrestled it back to near half and half. They had a lot of the ball then. But Gentlemates, they still come out with the goal. Pass from Nas, finds Oski. A lot of boost, so he has to go for that little hook shot over one. Attempted dunk. Archie wins it yet again. Exotic is so low here. Archie knows it. The Sharks, they start a circling. See if he can clear it away. Far enough. Vitality need the pressure of their own if they'd stay in this game.
Yeah, for the last minute or so, we're going to see something we've not seen so many times this series, which is Vitality having to chase the game. Get it all at their own pace, whether they've won or lost. But now, with 50 seconds remaining, they're really going to have to come out their shell. And Gentlemates may be able to punish them if Team Vitality's passing isn't perfect. Nas has control of that one. Goes into the centre. Oski's already up. Lovely going to shoot into the corner nearly, but Zen gets a pinch to save it.
Oski was there for it as well. He was there for the double. Zen had to get the touch. It's brilliant positioning from him. Exotic gets bundled along, I think, somewhat along for the journey. Didn't have much agency in his positioning.
Great strength there from Oski in the corner as well. Had two 50-50s against him. Landed both of them well enough to keep on going, keep on nibbling at that ball, but still not be enough. Sissy, does he get the shot? No, Oski again! Huge defending!
Well, I don't know what else you expect from large Oscar. Brilliant play. Gentlemates, final 10 seconds. They are under pressure, but they are undeterred. Final 5, Zen for his own backboard. Can he be Diaz where Redosa wasn't able to? Naz says no, thank you. Archie gets it tipped on. It's open, and Zen is there again.
What on earth happened there? It was Archie and he got bumped towards it as well. He didn't even have to go at all. Oski, I think, wanted the defensive wall to continue. Archie nipped at it.
You can't put that on Archie.
It's going to be overtime.
Stizzy bumps him, and it's somehow miraculous, as if God himself touched Archie's car in favour of Vitality. It's the perfect skim to beat his final man. And that is pixel perfect. That is voxels lining up. But now we have overtime. It's 20 seconds from the backboard. Who's there next? It's going to be Zen taking on Oski. Zen wins so far. That's there, down for the double. The waterfall works pretty well. Archie wants to come in, and he catches Vitality out. The man that was bumped does the bumpening.
Yeah, nerves of steel there from Gentlemates. Oski leaving it for Archie as well. So even in that high-pressure situation, they are able to quickly and completely 180, turn it around, get back into the game, and force themselves a win, and force Vitality, Stumpy, to take the tactical timeout.
I cannot believe how perfect Stizzy's bump was. It's like, there's so many worlds where Stizzy bumps Archie, the ball slams into the ceiling, goes straight back down, this game is forgotten to time. It's just, you know, another game in this series.
Next.
That is an insane bump to get the skim. I love it. I love how weird that was. It's such a shame that Vitality couldn't end up taking the game. Great for Gentlemates, because that could have been a real tilter. Or because it was so out of Archie's hands, he goes, you know what, boy? I literally couldn't have done anything else.
Well, maybe. Let's see what happened here. So Archie going in there, yes. Stizzy, you don't even see it happening on his screen. It flashes across his screen. I bet he didn't even know what happened until he saw the in-game replay.
Can we run it again? Can we see that again at production, if
at
possible?
Production.
I don't want to stress you, at production.
Yeah, I think at production are going to go, oh,
they're
no,
flapping.
Stumpy, what are you doing? But we'll see, we'll see.
I'd love to see the
like
Archie one. The Archie redirect after he gets bumped by Stizzy, the 0-second goal.
This is
we can see
a live conversation between Stumpy and production. This is behind the scenes, everybody.
Imagine me with my finger to my ear saying that, but I'm also holding the mute button at the same time. Unfortunately, we don't have that capability. Here we go. So Archie goes up. That bump sends him high enough for his bumper to just make contact. I tell you what, the proactive positioning from Zen here, Carl, is so good.
Yeah, that's lovely. And then Stizzy, Stizzy got the touch as well. That is incredible. And then Zen, yeah, had the reflexes to put it away. Can we get some W's in chat for production, who not only played that back, they gave us some slow-mo. So that is excellent.
Cheers, production. Yeah, appreciate it.
Production.
Appreciate it. That is, you will not see that very frequently, everybody. There's 30 seconds left in this timeout. And Gentlemates, again, I think both teams are doing a brilliant job. It is yet another one-goal game. We said these teams, their head-to-head was ridiculously close. And I love when then that does come through. It's so bad when you say, oh, these teams are really close. It's going to be this way, this way, this way. And then it's like a 4-row sweep. You're like, oh, okay, fair enough. I guess they're not as close as we thought.
Yeah, I mean, you can get 4-row sweeps that are like a goal to each team each game as well, and then you get those 4-0 sweeps that are like 3-0 every time. It's like, okay, yeah, something was in the water for one of these teams today. But we are going to head into game number 4 with Gentlemates. 2 to the 1 to the good. 2 to the 1 to the good. Wow, 2-1 to the good. And Team Vitality, the way that last game was lost, you know, they got the little bit of luck and the little bit of a crazy moment and then lost it straight away from kickoff. Is that more tilting than if it had just been, you know, GG go next, ball hits the floor?
Not sure. I feel like you still earned that spot. It could very much go either way. I think Vitality have got, you know, they're cerebral enough to kind of move on from it. Either way, it has been so close that it does just come down to those pixel-perfect plays for whichever team. We've seen that benefit and take away from both sides so far. But game number 4, Gentlemates lead 2-1 in the series.
Archie has control of this ball. He's able to get the Diaz going, end-to-end stuff from him. We'll get a 50-50 at the end of it, where Stizzy is more than happy to get it towards Zen. That keeps the attack going for Gentlemates. So already, even after that Vitality tactical timeout, we've fallen straight back into the same old pattern of Gentlemates having supreme pressure on the Vitality goal. Both of them diving in. Zen, stuck in his own goal, tries to force a flip here. He hasn't got it. Exotic has to land before the ball. Archie almost gets in there, and any second you're thinking Gentlemates might be about to strike.
A lovely proactive touch there from Nas. On the way back, both his teammates get beaten. He has enough nerve to get the 100 boost and then move on. Very well played against a relatively slow counterattack from Vitality in that instance.
This one's going high again. It's more scary moments defensively for Team Vitality. Archie into the corner. Lovely couple of touches there. Nas Has the boost to make something from this as well. Gentlemates have started a lot better since that Vitality tactical timeout. And to be honest, I can't see anything different from Vitality. I've got a feeling they're just trying to stop the relentless Gentlemates momentum, and it doesn't really seem to be happening.
Stizzy here, low boost, but as is Nas, so Nas has to jump second there, otherwise Stizzy can just barrel through him. Oski, chance for the redirect skim. Stizzy again is low. Nas just sees it, he doesn't boost towards that ball, so he can make the educated guess. Stizzy picks up the corner, 100, tries to go for the bump on the man. And you're seeing now this Vitality machine really whir into action. Their defensive capability, rarely questioned in this series, it is coming down to can they translate it to the offense in these clutch moments.
Archie has wriggled away yet again. Stizzy underneath it. To the side, rushes things a little bit. I think Stizzy would have had a better touch there. Stizzy now has to do some defensive work. Zen is able to swoop back in heroically. That's a bit of a problem of his own making. Here he comes now in attack, but he doesn't connect with the ball. And Archie gets it along the back wall towards Oski. And Gentlemates, when Vitality are coming forwards, you don't really fear for them the same way you fear for Vitality.
I mean, the shot differential is it's crazy. The amount that they are shut out until one just bundles its way through. And I am fearing, I am shaking in my boots. My timbers are shivered.
Absolutely, Gentlemates. I'll let you know what, yeah, fair play. I am quite scared now you've actually managed to score a goal. That's the first time I'd say Vitality have really made them stretched, Gentlemates, and they score from it. And that is what Team Vitality have been doing pretty much since the Boston Major, and they found this form. Took it back to EU Open number 4, struggling in Open number 5, of course, against Corp, and now here we are.
I mean, they're biding time. I think Vitality is such an impressive counter-attacking team, especially in series like this, where the other side is quite happy to continue attacking. They're going to have their defensive numbers. This is one of those leads for Vitality that we've not seen much of in this series. Lovely shot from Oski. Don't know if the player got a save there, if it was just shot a little bit too high.
There were no save points, so I imagine it hit the crossbar or just above the goal. It was a great idea, and it almost worked. More ingenuity there from Gentlemates. As Exotic tries to take control of this ball, Oski blocks him at source. Nas is there. Lovely little fake from Nas. 10 is the last man. Oski has a chance to shoot. Guides it underneath the dive, and that's 1-1.
This looks so simple. And everyone's been thinking, why are you so happy with this goal? Look at him delay. Oski delays there just enough. Either way, he gets the dunk on the last man. If Stizzy does make contact, which the trail went yellow, but it was all those ghost yellowy orange touches. Or he can just get it straight through. He has to slow it down. Stizzy is rushed on no boost. It was very, very well played and very well thought from Oski. And he does get the leveling goal.
Zen is dusted there by Nas, but he does take Nas out. So Nas, all he can do is launch another attack. Archie takes out a few of them, and Archie is just such a nightmare to play against. Look at him, the harsh rotations that he does, the cuts. Makes it difficult to deal with him. Even when Zen can get away from him, all he can do is flick it as far as Nas, who dances in the sky of the ball a little bit and manages to get a flick reset to not much avail, but Oski's now coming in to help him out.
Again, these teams are level. There may well be. It's looking like it will be a single goal to determine it. Up high, Nas with a redirect. That is the man that can split an atom with his touch. It is delicate, it is deft, and the power he generates on your head, Exotic.
Yeah, that is the version of Nas that won the Boston Major. That is the version of Nas that the rest of Europe and indeed the Rocket League world can be petrified of. And that's what is needed to breach Vitality today when they're playing this defensive style against Gentlemates. There's a potential reset there for Zen, goes to the ceiling, but isn't able to maneuver around it. Stizzy up against Oski. Can Exotic get around to this one? Can he hook it into the center? Yes, he can. Zen's already up. Gonna beat Nas. He can connect. I saw a ceiling pass or shot there from Zen. Did not happen.
And Nas there as well. He had to try and guess which one was happening. Was it going to be the pass, or is it going to be just letting it slip through? So him, he does get the touch. It's another great save from Nas on the goal line. Waiting in the back corner to pick up 100. I believe it was Oski. Archer now attempting this challenge. Nas does get beaten by Exotic, but the next man to it is Large Oscar. 50 central. Zen finds Exotic on the left. 15 seconds, rapidly approaching. Very little time. Time for a pinch in back. Vitality trusted that Nas could not get that pinch.
Yeah, it was basically, look, if you do it, fair enough. If you don't, it's our ball. And it was the latter, thankfully for Vitality and thankfully for neutrals, because it means that with 2 seconds left, there is a chance for Vitality to come back into this fourth game. Archie's already up, prods it forward, but only as far as Zen. Zen's got 100 boost to play with, gets the reset off Nas, I think, there.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Doesn't mean much, but that's just fun to see. Stizzy has get the 100 boost. How's his control? He's got the reset. Uses it to stay in the air. Fakes out. Exotic is there, keeps it high. Archie is thinking increasingly, please don't come anywhere near our goal because I'm getting a bit scared on my side. And thankfully for him and Gentlemates, it doesn't.
It's Archie doing 3-point turns on the backboard like, boys, I've got 12. I can't do much. When I've jumped. There really is not much I can do from here. Another 1-goal game. Gentlemates go one off making it to the semis. And look at the vibes in the Gentlemates headquarters. They're giggling, they are laughing. And Oski has got a sticker on his face.
Yeah, and every open that Gentlemates win, Oski gets another sticker. So keep going, Gentlemates and Oski. You can get a little bit more than that. But that was, after Vitality got their lead, it was just all Gentlemates, really. You know, they got that goal. It was against run of play at the time. And from that point forwards, Gentlemates, they just always seemed like they were going to be able to get back into it.
Across the board on the stats, unbelievably even again. Exactly the same ball possession. They touched the ball near enough the exact same number of times. Looks like the average speed is 0 kilometers per hour, so I'm assuming that nobody moves in that game, right?
Yeah, at times. I mean, Archie wasn't moving at the end there. He was like, look, I'm still going to stay here. I'll hit X once to jump, and that's all I got, boys. And it was enough
Gravity was doing the work.
because his teammates covered it. We're going to be going into, potentially, the final game of this series. Gentlemates have already swept Karmine Corp aside so far in this open. Are they about to do the same to Team Vitality? We will find out here in Paris. How apt.
What a remarkable run Gentlemates have had since that massive flop. They win the major. Everyone's happy. They then absolutely bomb out, and it is embarrassing for them. Their turnaround again has been so exciting to watch. Great pinch, Archie.
Oh, and as well as that, of course, Corp waiting on. If Vitality are knocked out, Corp are thinking, wait a minute, we've beaten you guys before. By the power of Dembele, we can do you again.
We've had you on toast, lads. No problem.
On a nice toasted baguette. Oh. That's this one in the corner. Once again, Gentlemates going for one more push. And they will make the top 4 without dropping a series. Beating big teams along the way. Beating KC. If they do make it, beating Vitality. And there's an early shot as well. It's going to hit the post. But another warning sign. Stizzy doesn't know what to do with it. He just gets it over his own goal line. It was nervous defending there from Stizzy, but the Spaniard does enough.
I think he didn't have anything to do with that touch. It just hits his body, it hits his car, then he immediately has to recover. Rotate sphere in the boost. It does kindly spawn for him, thanks to that new boost timing. He knew exactly when that was coming in. Archie, the waterfall, but Stizzy's going to be there using that newly acquired boost. Take it as far as the halfway line. Skim. King takes it low. Round 1 over the second. And Oscar! Vitality get embarrassed by the man on attack.
Get that man a sticker. I don't care if it's a star or a mermaid or something. He has earned something else after that beautiful little flick. 1-0 Gentlemates. Team Vitality have all the momentum against them. Gentlemates completely have this in their hands if they can keep up this pressure.
As if the first 3 games that Gentlemates have won weren't a statement enough. He has another chance, Oski. Gets a gorgeous goal. It's the go-ahead too. Minute and a half in. Both commit from Vitality. And this is where we see the Hulk's Vitality start to form. The amount of times that we have said across the season, an exotic double commits. It's annoying. It's frustrating. And Archie takes full advantage of that backside being completely left open.
Target practice there for Archie. As soon as the heat check came in, Vitality had no answer. And Archie said, thank you very much. We talked about having Vitality on toast earlier for Corp, but that was Archie's bread and butter.
Lovely play, and Archibald is going to be able to get that second goal. The first time a team has gone 2 goals ahead in this entire series. Both of these teams, bear in mind, going 1-1 so far in the season, and Naz, a double save, a real chance left sitting there for Vitality.
No, but Exotic, you're the finisher. You had no boost, sure, but there was so much goal to aim for. He just slammed it down the middle on the floor. It was good positioning from the goalkeeper, but should the goalkeeper have been given a chance there? Vitality, they have to keep on going. Exotic, he's back for more. Nice little touch away. Zen gets it high, but he's got no teammates on any boost. Zen gets a second chance, and Zen shows us how it's done. That's how you pick your spot.
I mean, that's the first round of really scary offense from Vitality. Stizzy calls Oski into action. Archie actually already jumps. Didn't know that Oski was going to be coming in and getting the touch instead. Becomes very awkward, then picks his spot a lot better than Exotic did. And we're halfway through the game. Exotic currently sitting on 48 points. It is a very low-scoring game for him so far. But Vitality, they're only one behind.
I can change in a heartbeat as well, Stumpy. You know, a nice assist or a nice shot, and suddenly you find yourself climbing that scoreboard. So Exotic will be well aware of that. But he will also know that he should have scored earlier, and Zen's bailed him out somewhat. So now, plenty of time to push. Series still alive and well. Best of sevens are so difficult to get over the line in. Oski and Nas combining. One more goal. Just break Vitality's resolve while it remains 2-1. Vitality well and truly in it. Nas pushes it long. Zen should be able to get a touch here. But all he can do is send it right back to Gentlemates. Vitality camping deep still. I want to see them throw everything at this Stumpy, but they can't with no boost.
Yeah, it becomes a lot harder. Zen, the only man with 100. Nas then goes central with it. Zen does use that boost brilliantly. Oski for the double. It bounces it off the crossbar horribly. Back out a doink. Lovely play. That is genuinely exactly what we would have done, and I'm so happy that he did.
I didn't think he was going to, but...
Me either.
Zen's smarter than your average pro. All right, he knows how to doink with the best of them. Here comes Stizzy. Exotic. Oh no, has he overcommitted? Stizzy gets dunked. Exotic wasn't ready, and that is 3.
I mean, he's so far forward. Zen's got no boost. Exotic, Stizzy shouldn't have been dunked that badly. Exotic shouldn't have been positioned that far forward.
Yeah.
It's a comedy of errors. Gentlemates take full advantage. Too clear again.
Zen tries to take a swipe at Oski, but he's not going to be able to. Is it Gentlemates making the most recent statement here in EU? Is this just going to be their Open, the same that EU Open number 5 was? The way they are playing, the teams they are beating, and the dominance they're having. Gentlemates continue to look like a team that may well win the next major, let alone win this Open.
I mean, what a turnaround that would be when everyone's saying, this is KC's year. This is their year where Vatira wins Worlds. It could happen. It could be him again. And obviously that could still happen, but now the full conversation is towards Gentlemates. They have had an amazing season so far. They want to do it all, and with 2 minutes left, Cole, Vitality, they're not looking to do it all, they're just looking to do something.
I mean, you may remember at the start of last season, or before last season, everybody was saying that Vitality, they were the great super team with Monkey Moon. You know, they were the ones that we were saying, oh, they're going to win everything, and it ended up being Karmine Corp. So for KC, who are watching on, is this the boot on the other foot, but hang about. Put the water on ice, because Zen has scored, and this one remains alive.
Nice reset from Stizzy. Used it at a great time as well. Doesn't just burn it straight away, holds onto it, can then get the 50 against the defender on the backboard, and Zen waits to poach. 1 goal, 30 seconds, everything to do. Archie breaks through on the kickoff. Can't get it through yet again. But Vitality, seconds tick down. It's a miss from Stizzy. That makes it a lot more awkward.
Yeah, Exotic bailed him out there. 15 seconds left. Vitality need control of this ball immediately. Zen's underneath it. Archie onto the backboard. Stizzy picking up 100. Can Zen find him? Not via Archie's touch. Stizzy tries to force it. And even with Zen's demo, it's not going to be enough. Exotic gets dunked. Archie almost wins the race. 1 second left.
Have to dive in, and they do so. Gentlemates in the uppers head on to the semi-finals. They make even more of a statement in Europe. They sit, I think, quite firmly as the kings of Europe right now. They are current major champions, and they have got every team on the planet in their sights.
Yeah, they'll be facing in the semi-finals either Ninjas in Pyjamas or Karmine Corp. And as for Team Vitality, for the honor of facing Novo Esports in the semi-finals, they will have to break Corp's heart. If Corp beat Vitality again for the second Open in a row, then Corp will guarantee at least a tiebreaker against Man City. So all sorts of permutations unlocking themselves in front of our eyes.
Everybody right now in chat, we've just seen top tier Rocket League. Great stuff. Good job, Europe. Are we excited for tomorrow? We have still got major spots on the line going into Championship Sunday of the last Open of the season. You have to be excited about Europe.
Can I answer that one?
Yes, answer it for them.
Yes! I am so excited. Tomorrow's going to be absolutely incredible. I cannot wait. Can we just roll straight into it now? Can we just go next?
I'm getting word from production. Labour laws don't let us. Sorry. Yes, I know.
Those pesky laws.
From Oski as well. I think that there were a few times where a team was ahead by 2, and it was only in that final game. But Gentlemates, Cole, they earned this series with it. They put a ribbon on it.
Well, our Gentlemates, the current best team in the world. We'll find out tomorrow and beyond. But for now, tonight is their day. Back to the desk to talk through that. What a series.
Yeah, again, Vitality, we thought it would go this way, but maybe a little bit closer. I mean, Vitality did get a game off of them there, but still, it looks far behind CJ, the Gentlemates.
Gentlemates look fantastic, and I think Vitality just did it for the content. I tell you what, tomorrow is it's absolute cinema. This will put bums on seats, eyeballs on screens. The Vitality K-Dop Corp rematch will be you've got to tune in for that. But Gentlemates, Johnny, the Open 4, clearly they just took that one off. They said, you know what, forget about Open 4. We'll just drop outside the top 8, and we'll lock in for 5 and 6 because they look a step above, even the likes of Vitality.
Yeah, this is impressive stuff. I mean, Gentlemates look like the best team in the world. If they can go back-to-back, they'll definitely be favorites going into the second major, which, yeah, this hasn't happened for a while, actually. He's seeing such a dominant run just with that one slip-up in Regional 4. But for Vitality, I mean, a bit scary for sure because we've seen the projected groups, and yeah, they're going to want to get as high a seed as possible. They're not currently on track to do that. Luckily for them, one of NIP and KC will be losing tomorrow and remaining under them. So that's good news for Vitality, but K-Dop Corp await, and what a match that is going to be. I cannot believe that it's come down to this. K-Dop Corp can clinch at least a major tiebreaker by beating Vitality again. Vitality looking to avenge the loss, of course, in the last regional.
I mean, Leaf, it's insane to think that, Cole said that for the privilege of playing Novo in the semi-final, the winner of K-Dop Corp, Novo in a top 4 is just absolutely insane. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it from a few players now, most recently from Juke, is that, anybody can beat anybody. Johnny, you believe that? Yeah, no?
Yeah, I think so. I agree.
Yeah, I think at this point, when looking at the European region, I think that's accurate because at this point, only Gentlemates look like they're maybe standing at the top, and we've seen them fall before, but right now they're on form. And to talk about that form, Nas is joining us. Congratulations, Nas. Dominating performance, my man.
Thank you.
You're trying to be calm about it. Yeah, you look excited. You look like that was a good one for you.
I mean, yeah, they're like one of the best teams in Europe, and we can like comfortable beat them. It's a good sign for us. And
yeah, no, it definitely is. I'm questioning now though with the fact that you're beating everyone and teams like one of the best in the region, Team Vitality. Do you worry with your dominance that the target's now on your back and it's going to be harder and harder to win because people are going to try to figure out how to beat you?
No, I don't really think about the opponents as we play. I think it's gonna make them harder because they're gonna change up their game plan.
Okay.
I mean, I think Vitality especially changed their game plan since the major. I mean, in scrims, they're trying a bunch of stuff that they don't do in the tournament. So I'm a bit confused, but I mean, I don't think it will change the way we play.
I've got a question about another team. You say you don't think about other teams, but I do want to ask you about one, and that's K-Dop Corp, because you've just sent Vitality down to play K-Dop Corp.
Yes.
K-Dop Corp need to win that if they're going to make the major in Paris, which would be pretty big for K-Dop, pretty big for the team. Do you think K-Dop Corp can beat Vitality and get the tiebreaker at least? With Novo in the semis, so maybe they just qualify. Are they going to do it?
Yes, I think so. I mean, before the series, we even said, let's do it for Rado, me and Oski's best teammate. I mean, I really wanted to see them at the major, and I think they can beat Vitality, for sure.
Oh, I like it. Putting a bit of pressure on Vitality as well now. So I can tell you guys we're extra motivated for that series, probably just to send Vitality down for the rematch. You're in the semi-final now as well, NIP or KC. What were your thoughts on Ninjas in Pyjamas today? Did you watch that series? Because they didn't look too hot.
Now we were warming up, but Sasuke is on my left and I can see the game a bit. And I think, I mean, I don't really have an opinion. I didn't see the game, but I mean, 4-1 is a pretty good result for Novo. I think they were playing good, but I think on the NIP side, they weren't playing really well. But I haven't seen the series, so I don't really know.
It's hard to...
PR answer. I like it.
You gave the good analyst answer, right?
Yeah.
I want to ask about something you said before, because I'm assuming, based off your play, we'll see you in the grand finals. You said this something along the lines that the semis are a bit harder for you, and the grand finals are easy, because you're like, once we're there, we know we can win it. Have you been able to apply that mentality elsewhere? Because the way you're playing, it looks like everything is kind of a cruise for you.
No, I don't think we have accomplished that yet. I think in the finals we play like the best Rocket League we ever played, and especially Archie, he always steps up in the final. I'm really happy about that, and yeah, I mean, but it's looking good for I think the side final.
And I mean, your guys' mental and your mindset seems fantastic. How do you kind of bounce back when Archie's, own goaling or passing the ball to Zen on 0 seconds? How do you lock back in for an overtime when he's doing that?
Oh, the game 3, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, with the Vitality team, even in Copenhagen, they're like in the last 20 seconds they get like some weird things that always go their way, and like, I mean, we always expect it from them. I mean, if they're gonna win a game, it's gonna be like that, where we're gonna see stupid goals. And I mean, you saw it today, and I mean, we knew it would happen, so we were prepared for that.
I was prepared for absolutely everything. I love it. Hey, man, I'm gonna let you go and chill out for the rest of the day here, but we've kind of got a running gag going on. Before every match, I ask you, we're gonna talk afterwards, and you say yes. Tomorrow, we're gonna chat after the grand finals?
If no one of my team wants to chat, yeah, we will chat.
Okay, we have all of you there, but it sounds like you're looking good for a dub. Congratulations on the win today, and good luck tomorrow, Naz.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you.
Always smiles on his face.
Superstar.
A smile on his face. I love it. So good.
They're a locked-in team, aren't they? They're just looking fantastic. Everything, I don't want to say it looks easy for them, but I like the fact they haven't taken that major win for granted, outside of Open 4, that they did completely take off. They are absolutely locked in. They look like the best team in the world, Johnny.
They really do, and this is it's a scary sight, because we've seen flashes of this. There are certain splits where you can say, okay, that's the team, and then they go win. But to do it throughout a whole season is yet to be done by any team winning Major 1 to then continue dominating. We saw, obviously, KC did it last season. They won Major 1 after dominating EU Online. Did not have the same run in Major 2, but can Gentlemates do it? Can they go back to back? It would be absolutely incredible to see that.
Yeah, now that we've had the day done, let's take a look again at our contenders heading towards the Paris Major.
Where does Novo come from?
Weekend.
They just slid in. They've slid in on 8 points. If they win the event, they get a tiebreaker. We could have a 3-way tiebreaker. I mean, I don't know where they've come from. I don't think they thought they were a chance at the start of this event. Surely not.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Juk. He was saying he's, for Nico, yeah, they think game by game. But for Juk, he said he does actually think, he's thinking about the future, the grand final. So maybe him. He's one of the only players I've ever actually heard say that they're not just thinking about the game in front of them. So it's an interesting mentality to have. Dangerous too, Johnny, if you get out of
I like it. I like it, though. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. You can't go too far out of yourself, but that is the goal that's going to motivate them. That's what they've got to be thinking about, because having that chance is something that doesn't come around often, to be able to just play one event and actually be in the running. Usually, you need more than just an event win to clinch a tiebreaker, but because Man City fell in 9th place specifically, and that was in part due to Novo beating them in a Game 5 overtime, it's possible. Had Man City got one more point, this wouldn't be available for them. So you've got to be glad that that's even a thing that they can think about at all.
Well, if you guys enjoyed today's show, I can tell you right now, and not to undersell our shows here online, but the live shows are 100 times better. And if you're not, if you're enjoying, no, we're already at like,
what's wrong? Oh, I see. Yeah, it's still pretty good. Online's still pretty good.
Exactly, yeah. But it is so fun watching Rocket League in person. Grab your tickets. You saw the QR code there. I'm going to do it again tomorrow 1 million times, so you at least have until then. but then that's the last time, because then we have the Paris Major. So you're running out of time to join us. Hopefully you can. But for the weekend here, we're almost done. We have only a few more matches, best of sevens to get through, guys. Well, we know a couple of them tomorrow. The Vitality K-Dop Corp, that's going to be a banger. Ninjas and Pyjamas, if they're on form against K-Corp, that's going to be a banger as well. We're already into the good matches, CJ, and that's just going to be at the start of the day.
Yeah, Novo, K-Dop Corp as well. That semi-final that's already locked in. I penciled it in. That'll be absolutely exciting as well. We're not almost done. We've got 5 huge best of sevens tomorrow to round out the online season. And my goodness, the fact that it's come down to the final day on the online calendar, Johnny, and we've still got not only K-Dop Corp, but Novo out of nowhere. Also a chance is going to be pretty exciting.
Minimum, well, I mean, it's 5 at least, but we might have more. We could have even a 6th match, a 7th match if we have tiebreakers. So all of you neutral fans, of course, will be hoping for tiebreakers. I wouldn't mind it. I think, why not? Let's have some tiebreakers for the major right at the end of the season. What better way to finish?
Squeeze a little bit of extra Rocket League in right at the end there. Why not? Which means you guys should go and get some sleep. We're done for the day. Let's send her out here. Thank you guys for joining us for this open number 6 here in the European region. Again, get some sleep, play some ranked, whatever it is. Just be prepared for tomorrow. There's going to be some great Rocket League.
Solar eclipse.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
He's under one. Very peak. Carrying this. Qui renvoie la balle dans le corps. C'est une belle opportunité. La double tap, c'est un risque. Et l'autre prioritaire. Early shot. C'est bon. Pour le faire avec exotique notamment. Et voilà. That's open. My friends, it's Matera. Hawas va aller chercher Killers. Team Falcon a un temps fort.
some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. I'll run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside.